Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? This thing's not on, is it? We need this.
No, it's not that.
I'll be right back. Okay. Hang on.
Hello, testing.
All right, try this again. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryan Streeter. I'm the Executive Director of the Civitas Institute, and it's a real pleasure to have you all here today for this great event, America 250, Liberty, Law, and the Pursuit of Happiness. Really pleased to be able to do this in partnership with our friends at the Pacific Legal Foundation. Thank you so much for coming and supporting this work. The Institute is relatively new still on campus. We exist to support free inquiry in a free society, and we do that through the publications, podcasts, videos, and events that our scholars produce on a range of themes related to liberty and prosperity in America and beyond. And one thing that we really like to do is to get some smart people together with deep expertise in their field, but who can communicate to a much broader audience about things that are very timely and important about the current state of liberty in America and its future. And I couldn't be more pleased today to have a couple of panels with just some terrific speakers, many of whom are probably known to you, and it's a real pleasure to have them all here in person. And so we look forward to that part of the program. But before we do that, I'm doubly excited to be able to welcome Jason Riley to the University of Texas here at the Civitas Institute in Austin. You probably know him from the pages of the Wall Street Journal, where he's been a columnist for over 25 years. Writes the aptly named Upward Mobility column for today's event, couldn't be better named. And he's also a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. Jason's written 6 books. He stays with very bland topics like affirmative action, race, inequality, immigration. His latest book on affirmative action is right over here on the table to my right. And so we're really glad that Jason was able to get here and make time for us. So please join me in welcoming Jason Riley to the stage.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I also want to thank the university for inviting me and hosting this event. As I'm sure you know, these are very interesting times for higher education, which in some very important respects, I think, can be said to have lost its way in recent years. And I think organizations like Civitas Institute play a vital role in reminding colleges and universities why they exist. Higher education has become preoccupied with the trigger warnings and the safe spaces and muzzling people who challenge the received wisdom out there. And the Civitas understands that universities ought to be preoccupied with free speech and civil discourse and independent thought. Back in February, Justice Clarence Thomas was scheduled to speak at an event at American University in Washington, D.C. He had to change his plans and appear remotely due to security concerns. This has become a regular occurrence on college campuses. A couple years ago, a federal judge was invited to speak at Stanford Law School, one of the most prestigious institutions in the country. Protesters shouted him down. He was not allowed to finish his speech. They wanted to silence him, not debate him or critique him, but silence him. And they did so with the help of a school dean who was present at the event and sided with the protesters. So this is where we are today. I think college ought to be a place where students are exposed to different points of view and have their sensibilities challenged and learn to grapple with alternative perspectives and form coherent responses to those perspectives. A place where you learn the difference between a slogan and an argument. On a lot of campuses, that's not happening, or at least it's not happening to the extent that it should be. And I think organizations like Civitas are needed now perhaps more than ever. I thought I'd spend a few minutes talking about the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and in the context of a subject I've written about, as was mentioned, social inequality and what can be done to address it. American Revolution obviously was not the only revolution in history. So what makes it so significant? Well, first, it played a key role in the evolution of free and democratic societies. Second, it was less concerned with replacing bad leaders with good leaders, like, say, the French Revolution, and more concerned with putting in place institutions and processes that allowed the common man to constrain and replace political leaders. American Revolution gave the common man not only personal freedom, but sort of a voice in running the country. Of course, the lofty ideals set forth in the Declaration and in the Constitution initially did not apply to blacks and other minorities. The country betrayed its founding principles through the perpetuation of slavery and after that a century of Jim Crow oppression. But the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s succeeded by reminding the country of those founding principles and how a colorblind government is in accordance with those ideas. The real significance of the civil rights movement, the passage of the Civil Rights Act of '64 and the Voting Rights Act of '65, was that in a way it completed the American Revolution, brought it full circle by making it apply to all of the nation's people. The irony is that many people, particularly on the left today, want to stray from this color blindness that helped advance blacks. The reality, as I'll explain, is that blacks have made much greater strides under race-neutral policies than they have under racial preferences. Moving away from the founding principles, away from individual rights and toward group rights, for example, has done far more to harm blacks than help them advance. In 2023, the Supreme Court banned racial preferences in college admissions. The court said that these policies violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, as well as the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which means they were not only illegal but also unconstitutional. I think the court made the right call, but I also think that racial preferences do more than simply violate the Constitution. Racial preferences aren't simply unjust. They also haven't worked as intended. And in many cases, they've been counterproductive. The intended beneficiaries, namely low-income blacks, have retrogressed in many areas under these policies. And that's what I wanted to spend a few minutes this afternoon talking about. Just a quick show of hands. Has anyone here seen the movie Hidden Figures? Okay, a fair number of you have. It was released back in 2016, and for those who haven't seen it, Hidden Figures tells the true story of three remarkable black mathematicians who helped NASA launch its space program back in the 1950s and 60s. Their names were Dorothy Vaughan and Mary Jackson and Katherine Johnson. Vaughan taught computer programming and eventually became NASA's first black supervisor. Jackson became NASA's first black female engineer. And Johnson calculated the rocket trajectories for NASA's first human space flights in the early 1960s, as well as the trajectories that helped land Neil Armstrong on the moon in 1969. The film's primary focus is the everyday lives of these women while working for NASA and how they coped with the ugly racist and sexist attitudes of the Jim Crow era. But Hidden Figures is more than just a story about unsung black math whizzes. It doubles as a story about black upward mobility in the post-World War II period. Progress that was taking place notwithstanding all manner of laws and customs, policies that openly discriminated against blacks. The movie's based on a book of the same title by Margot Shetterly, the daughter of a retired black NASA scientist. And Shetterly's book goes much deeper than the film does in describing the working class and middle class black communities that produced these remarkable women. Dorothy Vaughan was born in 1910, attended Wilberforce University, which is the oldest private black college in the U.S., where she majored in math and graduated in 1929. At Wilberforce, the professor recommended her for graduate study in mathematics at Howard University, another black college, where the department was run by two black mathematicians who had earned their doctorates from Cornell and the University of Pennsylvania. Mary Jackson was a second-generation college graduate who earned degrees in math and physical science in 1943 from another black college, Hampton University. Shetterly writes that Hampton's philosophy of black achievement through self-help, quote, mirrored the aspirations and philosophy of the surrounding black community, unquote. These thumbnail sketches of black America in the early and middle decades of the 20th century may surprise some people today who've come to associate black communities with crime and violence and underperforming schools and single parenting, high levels of unemployment. The book is a reminder that things used to be much, much different. When Dorothy Vaughan first arrived in segregated Newport News, Virginia, in 1943 to start her job at NASA, she lived with an elderly black couple in the city's East End neighborhood. They owned a grocery store, took in boarders. Shetterly writes that the East End was, quote, a larger version of what Dorothy had left behind in rural West Virginia. It was, quote, populated by stable Negro families in well-maintained homes, thriving local businesses, and a growing middle class. On the corner of the block where Vaughan lived, a pharmacist had purchased a lot, was opening the city's first black pharmacy. A new hospital had just opened earlier in the year, organized by black doctors and constructed by black architects. Again, this is 1943. The point here is not to romanticize the Jim Crow era or to downplay the importance of civil rights bills that were later passed to end Jim Crow, and without racial preference policies, which didn't begin until the late 1960s. This story of what was happening in America among black people who were only a couple of generations removed from slavery and still living under legally enforced segregation has received nowhere near the amount of attention that it deserves. It defies people's expectations, challenges a lot of what we think we know about black history. It also seriously undermines claims that black people need affirmative action to get ahead in the U.S. One of the things that struck me in the run-up to the Supreme Court decision in 2023, and what led me to write the book, was all the apocalyptic talk of what would happen in the absence of these policies. Politicians, academics, cable news commentators insisted that if affirmative action went away, black people would be devastated. They said there would be no more black upward mobility in America. They said affirmative action had created the black middle class, and that without it, college admissions, college campuses would be whitewashed. I said to myself, wait a minute. That's not what the data show. That's not what the historical record tells us. That's not what the experience of Dorothy Vaughan and Mary Jackson and Katherine Johnson tells us. There was a significant black middle class before affirmative action, and it was growing at a far more rapid pace than it grew in the era of affirmative action. Between 1940 and 1960, for example, the black poverty rate fell from 87% to 47%. That's not only before affirmative action began in the late 60s, the early 70s. It's before the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It's before the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It's not only before a black president, but also before blacks had any significant political clout in this country. Before black mayors ran big cities with large black populations. Before majority black city councils and black school superintendents and black police chiefs and so forth. Now, during the 1970s, which was the first full decade of affirmative action, the black poverty rate continued to fall, but at nowhere near the rate that had been falling in previous decades. Affirmative action has been given credit for a trend that predates its existence. The reality is that black people lifted themselves out of poverty in this country. It wasn't due to Lyndon Johnson's Great Society programs or to affirmative action, both of which came later. And poverty rates are hardly the only evidence of this. During the first two-thirds of the 20th century, well before affirmative action and an expanded welfare state supposedly came to the rescue of black people, blacks experienced significant progress. Progress that was never close to being replicated in the affirmative action era. Education gaps narrowed. Black incomes rose. So did black home ownership rates. And they just didn't rise in absolute terms. They rose relative to whites, which means black-white gaps were narrowing. Blacks were catching up. In the 1940s and 50s, the percentage of blacks who earned high school degrees more than tripled, growing at a much faster rate than it did among whites. And more blacks were both entering and completing college during this period. But as colleges began compromising their admission standards in the late 1960s to admit greater numbers of black students, these trends slowed. According to Harvard political scientist Robert Putnam, education gaps that had been narrowing started to widen. Now fewer blacks were completing college relative to their white peers. According to Putnam, the fastest and most dramatic progress toward parity between blacks and whites finishing high school was achieved before 1970. But after 1970, the relative rate at which blacks were completing college dropped, then flatlined, and has never recovered its previous upward trajectory. In fact, today, after more than 50 years of racial preferences in higher education, blacks are completing college at a lower rate compared to whites than they were in 1970. Similar story can be told about black incomes. More education meant better jobs and higher pay. And just as educational gains among blacks had been faster than among whites in the decades prior to racial preferences in college admissions, wages for black workers were also rising at a faster pace than they were among whites. In other words, racial gaps in education and income were shrinking in the decades before racial preferences in hiring and college admissions. If anything, racial preferences have done more to throttle black upward mobility. The black-white disparity in family income in 2018, after a half-century of affirmative action, was approximately where it had been in 1968. It's also worth noting that by the time the Supreme Court issued its ruling in 2023, a number of states, Texas, Florida, California, Michigan, had already banned the practice. So we had some natural experiments out there. What happened? In Texas, after race preferences were banned and replaced with race-neutral policies, black enrollment at the University of Texas rose. Same thing happened at the University of Florida. In California, racial preferences in college admissions had been banned way back in 1996 through a ballot initiative. What happened there? Well, at the most elite campuses in the UC system, Berkeley, UCLA, black admissions initially fell. But throughout the UC system, black admissions rose, and so did graduation rates. In other words, affirmative action, a policy intended to increase the ranks of the black middle class, had in practice resulted in fewer black doctors and lawyers and architects and engineers than we would have had in the absence of the policy. Why is that? Well, one of the problems with affirmative action is that it mismatches students in schools in order to meet diversity goals. Smart kids are funneled into selective colleges where their academic preparation doesn't match the preparation of other kids at the same school. Numerous studies have shown that one of the most important factors in whether a student succeeds is whether his or her qualifications match those of other students at the same institution. When students are admitted to schools where their qualifications significantly lag the school average, they're far more likely to struggle, to drop out, to switch to easier majors, and so forth. After California ended racial preferences, black and Hispanic students were more likely to attend schools where they met the credentials of the other students. Consequently, black graduation rates and GPAs increased significantly throughout the UC system, including in the more difficult majors, math and science and engineering. Under affirmative action, white and Asian students were more likely to attend schools where they were prepared to handle the work. But black kids were attending schools where they were underprepared, and many of them struggled as a result, which was a higher percentage than among white males. Yet only 35% of black males went on to obtain a degree in one of these majors, a 40-point drop-off. The drop-off among their white peers was just 5 points. The racial gap in attrition rates, according to the study, could be entirely accounted for by looking at entry-level SAT scores. Like all elite schools, some black students at Duke who are admitted match their credentials with the average student at Duke. And some are admitted who don't. Those black students accepted to Duke with test scores similar to the average student at the school were no more likely to switch out of the more challenging majors. But again, Duke also admits students with academic credentials far below those of the average freshman. And it was this latter group that drove the racial gap in attrition rates. Other studies have exposed the same phenomenon. When black students get admitted with lower qualifications than other students, they tend to do less well academically. It's not a question of innate ability or being unqualified. It's a question of being matched properly with a school where the pace of teaching fits the student's level of academic preparation. A study of black students at MIT found that they had SAT math scores in the top 10% of all students of all races nationwide. But they were in the bottom 10% among their peers at MIT. And nearly 25% of them failed to graduate. Students who likely would have thrived at a less selective school wound up struggling, all in the name of diversity. We hear a lot about how racial preferences in college admissions harm whites and Asians and foster racial resentment, campus unrest, and all of that's true. It's less well understood, however, how these preferences also harm their intended beneficiaries. It's also important to know that the mismatch problem is not limited to race, even though it's usually discussed in that context. Anytime a school significantly lowers its standards for any group, athletes, children of donors, children of alumni, etc., that group is more likely to struggle academically. If Harvard decided to admit left-handed redheads with SAT scores 300 points below the school average, you would see left-handed redheads struggling academically, switching to easier majors, dropping out at higher rates. It's sometimes argued that racial preferences allow underprivileged minorities to attend better institutions, where they'll supposedly get a better education. So it all works out in the end. But that's a dubious assumption. One study compared black law school graduates at George Mason University with those at Howard University, a historically black college in Washington, D.C. The study looked at which students passed the bar exam on the first try. And even though George Mason is a more selective law school than Howard and used racial preferences to admit students, less than a third of their black law students passed the bar on the first try. At Howard, which does not use affirmative action, the passage rate was more than half, 57%. So ask yourself, did those black students who were admitted to the more selective school under affirmative action really get a better education? Rarely, however, is any of this discussed when considering the merits of affirmative action. And that's because affirmative action is part of a larger push towards social justice, where intentions matter much more than results. But social justice advocates have to ask themselves, are they seeking justice? Or are they seeking payback? Are they seeking revenge? Because social justice and traditional justice are two very different concepts. And social justice advocates have attempted to redefine what is commonly understood when we talk about what is just and what is fair. Traditional justice is about ensuring an impartial process. It's not about guaranteeing certain results. A defendant in a criminal case has received justice if the trial is conducted under fair rules with an impartial judge and jury, regardless of whether the outcome is guilty or not guilty. A baseball game is considered fair if everyone plays by the same rules, regardless of who wins. Social justice is closer to the opposite of this. Rules and standards can be set aside in hopes of achieving certain results. And the larger ramifications for society, that is the trade-offs, are downplayed or even ignored. Think again about a university admissions process that has one set of criteria for black applicants and a different set for whites. What matters most to the social justice advocate is the outcome, not the process. In fact, to the social justice advocate, the process should be rigged, if necessary, to get a desired result, such as more racial balance on campus, even if that means discriminating against certain groups to get that outcome. But if racial discrimination is wrong, it's wrong. And its wrongness doesn't depend on who's on the receiving end. I can't complain about discrimination when it's directed at blacks and then look the other way when it's directed at other groups. If I do, I've sacrificed the moral high ground. I'm not seeking justice. I'm seeking payback. I'm seeking revenge. Racial preferences are very popular with our elites, which is why you saw so many liberal politicians and academics and media figures bemoaning the court decision ending affirmative action in higher education. But it's worth noting that most Americans, around 70% in fact, including a majority of whites, blacks, Asians, and Hispanics, all supported the ruling. Colorblindness has become a dirty word on the political left these days, but most Americans support colorblind policies. 250 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, most Americans still support our founding ideals, and I hope it stays that way. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have time for some questions if anyone has any. There's microphones around, so wait for the mic up front.
Thank you so much. My question is probably going to be a little upsetting to some people, but I would argue that when you say the goal is outcomes for the left, that based upon the facts and statistics that you offered us, that's probably too generous. And that those facts and figures about the outcomes of affirmative action have been known for a long time. And perhaps it's something much more malicious and nefarious behind the push for affirmative action. Would you ever come to that conclusion?
No, I don't think someone like Thurgood Marshall supported affirmative action because he thought it was bad for black people. I don't think that the intentions were misplaced. I think this was an example of good intentions gone wrong. There may be some people out there who thought that these policies would be bad and wanted them because of that, but I don't know that was what was motivating many people on the left to support the Great Society programs, or to support expansions of the welfare state, or to support affirmative action. They thought that blacks had been dealt a bad hand in this country, and that this was a way to help. The fact that it hasn't helped, and the fact that they haven't changed course, is what bothers me and what I'm trying to get at. That we now have 50 years of these programs in place. If they were going to work, they would have worked by now. If wealth redistribution policies alleviated poverty, we would have alleviated poverty a long, long time ago, because wealth redistribution policies have been in place for a very long time. So, no, I'm not questioning motives here. I'm questioning whether the track record should force us to reconsider our approach.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I have a question. You had interesting statistics, or good statistics there, between 1940 and 1960. The black middle class was rising quite rapidly. And I know the facts are similar. If you go immediately post-Reconstruction through 1880 or so, you get like 2,000 black politicians elected, even in the South. And all that kind of comes to an end when Reconstruction collapses. And I wonder if your research has led you to any conclusions about why was it so long between, say, 1890 and 1940 to overcome the momentum that Jim Crow had created, if it was so successful at producing that middle class that you indicate by self-help and other cultural factors from 1940 on?
I'm not clear. I'm not clear on what you mean. Why did it take the faster progress?
Yes.
Was occurring notwithstanding Jim Crow and the
and
government.
You described a period from 1940 to 1960, but it seems like there's a 50 or 60 year period there where it was very sluggish and hard to overcome.
Oh, well, if you're talking about what was driving, what the three mathematicians I described, what produced that phenomenon, well, that was World War II. FDR signed an executive order that the defense industry had to stop discriminating against black workers. There was a labor shortage. And traditionally, when there's been a labor shortage in this country, when there have been tight labor markets, and blacks have been given access to those labor markets, you've seen a socioeconomic rise of blacks. I mean, another factor was migration out of the South, the Great Migrations, which we have to remember were not just migrations from the South to the North, but even more importantly, from rural areas to urban areas, where, which tend to be wealthier, where people tend to make more money. Doing the same job in Cleveland that you were doing in Mobile, Alabama is going to pay a lot more money in Cleveland. So blacks were physically walking away from their impoverished situation in many cases. But what also helped were government policies that opened doors because they were colorblind policies. Those women at NASA had no standards lowered to hire them. That's not what they needed. They just needed a colorblind policy that allowed them to be treated the same way any other applicant would be treated.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine.
All right, thanks very much. In my studies now that I've been doing is on race relationships in the United States, going back into World War II and all, is that I'd like your opinions about the Truman Executive Order of 1947 integrating the armed forces, and then another, I think, almost maybe more significant ruling, Supreme Court ruling in the 60s was the Interracial Marriage Act of 67. And how those, I think that actually those impacted.
The Interracial Marriage Act of 67, there was a Supreme Court decision. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. Did I say Supreme Court?
Oh, okay,
Supreme Court
okay,
ruling
okay.
in
Yeah.
67.
Okay.
And what's your opinion about those, about having, to me, the
Well,
impact on race relationships and productivity?
Well, again, these are moves towards colorblind policies, which I think has been the environment in which you've seen the most racial progress in this country, and I think that speaks to the larger point I've been making, that racial preference policies, however well intentioned, have not coincided with the rate of black progress that colorblind policies have coincided with, and I think you're just citing more examples of that. But that's, I should add, I mean, I limited my remarks to domestic policies here, but, or the domestic situation. But affirmative action has been tried in many, many other places beside the United States. And the outcomes have been no better in other places that it's been tried. So what happened here should not have come as much of a surprise to anyone who's studied what's happened when these policies have been implemented around the world. The other thing to note about these preferential policies is, you could argue that during Jim Crow, we had racial preferences for whites in this country. And then you can look at how that went. And so if you look at white people in the South under Jim Crow, they started Jim Crow ahead of blacks socioeconomically and ended Jim Crow ahead of blacks socioeconomically. What's interesting is that whites didn't do much to increase their lead during this period, nor did they do much to narrow the gap between white Southerners and white Northerners, despite racial preferences for white people. So these policies simply don't work, whether they're being applied to blacks or other groups. They tend to be an attempt to do end runs and shortcuts in terms of what a group needs to develop in order to advance economically. And it turns out there really are no shortcuts. You have to develop the right skills and habits and human capital. And colorblind policies, I think, are more conducive to doing that.
Thank you for your talk today. My question is about affirmative policies in hiring practices and how those have historically impacted minority communities and how they may continue to impact communities and economic productivity even after the 2023 decision, whether or not it's feasible for Supreme Supreme Court decisions to impact corporate policy in this way?
Well, technically, they're already banned. Technically, companies are expected to hire on a race-blind basis, and the question is whether um, uh, they're adhering to that, and more importantly, whether there are organizations that will take them to task if they're not adhering to the law. And we have more organizations now doing that. One of the ramifications of the Supreme Court decision in 2023 have been what's gone on, off campus in the corporate world, in the philanthropic world, where you see, foundations ending programs that treated people that essentially had racial preferences. Everyone from the Gates Foundation to McDonald's has been sued since the Supreme Court decision. So it is having some ramifications outside of academia, which I think is good. And I think it's important to follow up with more lawsuits. I do liken it to what happened after Brown v. Board in 1954, where it's not as if the Southern segregationists just threw up their hands and said, oh, well, we lost at the Supreme Court level, I guess we'll have to start integrating now. They fought and fought and fought for decades. It took more court decisions, more court orders, more lawsuits in order for these institutions to integrate. And I think just as the segregationists of yesteryear, today's progressives also are vehemently opposed to colorblindness, and they are going to continue to fight this. And there will be more lawsuits necessary in order to make sure that they're adhering with these court decisions. So I'm thankful that there's more awareness now out there. We currently have an administration in Washington that wants to stay on top of them. But who knows what will happen in the post-Trump era, whether we're seeing a sort of strategic retreat or whether we're seeing surrender. And I suspect it's the former right now, and that it will take more lawsuits to make sure that people are following the law.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi. Can you make a connection between the era of affirmative action and the breakdown of the black family?
Yes, I think the connection I would make is that affirmative action could not compensate for the breakdown of the black family the way that many people thought it could. The welfare state could not compensate for the breakdown of the black family. What ended up happening with the welfare state and affirmative action, a lot of these other social policies, is they ended up subsidizing antisocial behavior, self-destructive behavior. So we got more of it. And that's sort of the connection I would make. One of the reasons you saw the progress I was describing in the first half of the 20th century, really the first 2/3 of the 20th century, is that black families were much more stable during this period. And there's a lot of literature out there on the negative outcomes when fathers are absent in someone's life, whether it's increased likelihood of substance abuse or being incarcerated or becoming a teen parent or not finishing school. All kinds of bad things are correlated, strongly correlated, with the absence of nuclear families and particularly fathers in homes. And what we start to see in the late 60s and early 70s is a proliferation in the black community of single parenting. And the affirmative action that would come in later decades could not compensate for that. Nothing can compensate for that. And so that's the connection I would draw.
All right,
Thank you.
We'll end there. Please join me in thanking.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break before we start our first panel. Just so you're aware, there are books of Mr. Ryan's available. All right, good afternoon, everyone. And if Mr. Riley is still around during our next break, he may have to leave. He would, I understand he'd be happy to sign them for you. All right, I'm going to introduce now Professor Stephen F. Hayward, who is going to moderate our first session. Professor Hayward is currently a visiting professor at Pepperdine University School of Public Policy and a fellow of the Public Law and Policy Program. A longtime policy scholar, he has held senior fellow roles at AEI and the Pacific Research of 10 books. When I prepared this bio last night, it was 7 books. So he's already, there's 3 more books. It's hard to keep up with him.
I was up all night.
His most recent book is M. Stanton Evans, Conservative Wit, Apostle of Freedom, Political Questions. Substack is wonderful and available if you'd like to check it out. So I'll turn it over to Professor Hayward.
Well, thank you, Steve. So the revolution, the Constitution, and the pursuit of happiness. And on the surface, that might seem happy occasions, even when they succeed. Something you read when you want to bring a smile to your face in the evening, I'm not sure. But this panel is perfectly constructed to draw the deep connections between the 3 of them. I noticed that there are fewer things more American than the pursuit of happiness. I noticed that happiness studies is now a thing in academia. I can say that those classes are likely to be very unhappy and joyless affairs if academia is going to take it up. But I did stumble across an somewhat unlikely source for reflection on our question, and it was from C.S. Lewis, not known either for political philosophy or for deep interest or knowledge of American affairs, but he wrote once during World War II, I'll quote him here, "In words that are cherished by all civilized men, but especially by Americans, it has been laid down that one of the rights of man is the right to the pursuit of happiness. What did the writers of that august declaration mean?" And his own explanation is pretty good that I'll skip over. But it is successfully pursued today, or at least not. Familiarity breeds contempt, and as early as the 1840s and maybe earlier, certainly by the British, the Declaration was dismissed by, like for Rufus Choate, for example, as just glittering generalities. Professor at Clemson University, director of the Snow Institute for the Study of Capitalism. Our second speaker, Vincent Philip Munoz, has one of the greatest titles. He's the Tocqueville Professor of Political Science at Notre Dame and affiliated with several centers there. And then our third speaker is Lucas Morel, the John Boardman Professor of Politics and chair of the department. I'm sorry, you have to be chair of the department at Washington and Lee University in Virginia. And so with that, Brad, you're up first. The floor is yours. I think you may want to take this. I'm not sure. I like that. He decides he wants to stand.
I think that's on. I think this is on.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for standing. I've been sitting on a plane all day and sitting in airports, so I don't want to have a pulmonary embolism sitting here for the rest of the afternoon. The American Revolution revolutionized the idea of rights. During the years of the imperial crisis from 1763 to 1776, American revolutionaries searched for a new conception of rights, rights grounded in nature and human nature. And they rejected during that time the so-called rights of Englishmen, which are the rights of a particular people at a particular place at a particular time. Let's turn to the topic for this panel today, which is the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness is the third and the culminating, if not the architectonic right of the Declaration of Independence. The right to happiness is grounded in the right to private property, which is grounded in the right to liberty, which is grounded in the right to life, all of which are grounded in the idea of natural or unalienable rights. So let's start from the foundation and build up to the pursuit of happiness. So what is the natural, or what is natural and unalienable about the doctrine of rights. How did the revolutionary generation understand and define the very idea of natural unalienable rights? As they understood it, a right is a rationally discovered moral principle that defines spheres of freedom and action relative to other individuals and to the government. Its characteristics are that such rights are absolute, certain, permanent, and universal. What about the right to life? The right to life is the right to self-ownership, self-governance, self-sustenance, and self-defense. What is the right to liberty? It is the unobstructed freedom to think, judge, choose, speak, act, assemble, worship, produce, and acquire material and spiritual values. What is the right to property? It is the right to acquire, keep, use, transfer, trade, and dispose of one's own property to the exclusion of others. What is the right to the pursuit of happiness? It is the freedom to pursue happiness. What is the pursuit? In the pursuit of happiness, it means to pursue the end, which is happiness. And what is happiness in the pursuit of happiness? It is an elevated and pleasurable, if not ebullient, state of consciousness associated with receiving and achieving material and spiritual values. Now, where did Jefferson come up with this idea of the pursuit of happiness? Because if you read the revolutionary literature, it appears almost nowhere other than in the Declaration of Independence. Well, it seems to me that the deepest intellectual or philosophic source of this idea of a pursuit of happiness was Jefferson found it in John Locke's essay concerning human understanding. And in book 2 of the essay, Locke said this, quote, "As therefore the highest perfection of intellectual nature lies in a careful and constant pursuit of true and solid happiness, so the care of ourselves that we mistake not imaginary for real happiness is the necessary foundation of our liberty. The stronger ties we have to an unalterable pursuit of happiness in general, which is our greatest good, and which, as such, our desires always follow, the more are we free from any unnecessary determination of our will to any particular action." Close quote. Now, note, I think, the critically important distinction Locke makes between what he calls imaginary and real happiness. Imaginary happiness is guided by the passions and one's short-term self-interest. Real, or what he also called true happiness, is guided by reason and long-term self-interest. True happiness is the result of good choices and right action. The virtues necessary to achieve happiness include wisdom, prudence, honesty, temperance, fortitude, and productiveness. Now, how did the founding fathers as a whole, as a generation, how did they understand the relationship between virtue, which is the necessary condition for the pursuit of happiness, and happiness? John Adams. Happiness can never be found, he said, without virtue. His wife, Abigail Adams. Virtue alone is happiness below. Thomas Jefferson. Happiness is the aim of life. Virtue is the foundation of happiness. Benjamin Franklin. Without virtue, man can have no happiness in the world. And lastly, George Washington. There exists in the economy and course of nature an indissoluble union between virtue and happiness. My last thought on the subject. There is no right to happiness. There's no right to happiness as understood by the revolutionary generation. There is only a right to the pursuit of happiness. And the founders believed that government, in order for all of us to achieve happiness, should get out of the way so that individuals can pursue their happiness. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here back in Texas. I had the great honor and pleasure of being here in residence a year ago, and it's simply a wonderful place. I want to thank the Civic Legal Foundation and especially the Civitas Institute and Ryan Streeter, a good and dear friend. What's happening here at Texas in higher education in general, but especially here at the Civitas Institute, it's really becoming a leading light in the effort to reform higher education, bring higher education to its true purposes. So I'm delighted to be here, and especially with Brad and Lucas and Steve. Brad has a wonderful book on the moral foundation. You got a taste of it here, of the Declaration, and Lucas is really one of the nation's leading, if not the leading scholar of Lincoln. So it's just a great pleasure for me to be here, back here in Texas. So we were asked to reflect on the why we have a right to pursue happiness, and it's been very interesting for me to think about that for three different reasons. The first is I'm teaching Aristotle right now, Aristotle's Politics, and Aristotle doesn't start with rights, and he certainly does not. Well, he writes about happiness, and he suggests that happiness is connected to virtue, but the role of government is to make you virtuous, to make citizens doers of noble deeds. So it seems to be, at least on the surface, Aristotle says you don't have a right to pursue happiness, and if you want to be happy, you should be in a good polity that will make you happy. That's a very different approach. The second thing, so I'm teaching Aristotle, I have all these young conservative students right now who don't actually think the Declaration of Independence is very good. And it's strikingly interesting, because when they hear about rights, the right to pursue happiness, what they hear and what they think is pornography, license, immorality, a culture in which they don't think they can own a home or get married.
Did your batteries die? Take mine.
A culture where they think they can't own a home or get married, or in effect be happiness. So they think the right to pursue happiness leads to a culture that makes happiness impossible to achieve. And it's one of the most interesting phenomena, and certainly something I did not expect, that young people, especially young conservatives, feel alienated from America, and they blame that alienation in part on the Declaration of Independence and the idea of rights. The third thing that makes this topic especially interesting to me is I have a teenager, and I don't believe he has a right to pursue happiness. So being asked on this panel led me to think, why should we have this right? And I agree with everything Brad said, but maybe I'll approach it a little bit differently. What's the conception of human excellence that's assumed or presumed by Jefferson and the founders when they said individuals have a right to pursue happiness? Why should we have a right to decide on what our happiness will consist in? Especially if it's true, as I think it is, that happiness consists in the things Brad listed, in being virtuous and good. So if we know that the path to a happy life is these virtues, why do we say that the individual must pursue it? And I think the answer to that question is that the founders have an understanding of human excellence that requires the person, the individual, to shape his or her own life in light of what is truly good. That is, the right to pursue happiness is the necessary means, a necessary prerequisite to actually achieve real freedom and excellence. And so I connect the right to happiness with another Jeffersonian document and commitment of the founders, the right to religious freedom. And here the understanding is you can't actually authentically be religious if it's not you who is worshiping. It's something you can't fake. If you are called to love God, no one else can do that for you. And do you see how that idea elevates the individual? Now there might be true worship, but for worship to be true, it has to be done by you. And that elevation of the individual and the individual's own moral responsibility, I think is absolutely key if we're going to understand the founders' understanding of why we have a right to pursue happiness. The idea of the right to pursue happiness is tied to the virtue of responsibility. That is, you are responsible for your own life in shaping your own beliefs and behavior to be in comportment with the natural moral law. And that elevation of the individual, what we now call human dignity, I think is absolutely central if we're going to understand the right to pursue happiness in the Declaration. Thank you.
So you may be wondering what Lincoln has to do with the founding. I came across this book by this guy named Lucas Morrell, Lincoln and the American Founding. So a bit of that book has informed my remarks this morning, or afternoon, whatever time it is. The greatest student of the American founding was also the greatest product of the American founding. Abraham Lincoln once said that he never had a feeling politically that did not spring from the sentiments embodied in the Declaration of Independence. And while Lincoln's most frequent reference to the Declaration was to the principle of human equality, his life and highest hopes, both for fellow Americans and mankind, another principle of the Declaration, and that's the subject of this panel, the pursuit of happiness. As Lincoln made his way to the nation's capital in February 1861 to assume the office of the presidency, he commented, "I shall be most happy indeed if I shall be an humble instrument in the hands of the Almighty and of this his almost chosen people, for perpetuating the object of that great struggle." And that great struggle was, as he put it, even more than national independence. That's something that held out a great promise to all the people of the world, to all time to come. And that great promise was the opportunity to be one's own master, to rule oneself without leave or permission of anyone else. It was the promise of self-government, which Lincoln believed belonged to every human being as the gift of the Almighty. The exercise of self-government, both individually and collectively, was articulated in the Declaration as the equal endowment of all mankind to what is phrased as the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life and liberty, understood in this light, exist as means to the pursuit of happiness. So how did Lincoln understand the pursuit of happiness? We don't have an explicit commentary on that phrase by Lincoln. So I offer my remarks as a kind of informed inference from what Lincoln said, and especially what Lincoln did as a child of the American frontier, born and raised in the slaveholding state of Kentucky and free state of Indiana, reaching adulthood, of course, when his family moved to Illinois. So fast forwarding to early 1860, that pivotal presidential election year, Lincoln once summed up his understanding of what life for an ordinary person should look like in a truly free society. His words, "When one starts poor, as most do in the race race of life. Free society is such that he knows he can better his condition. He knows that there is no fixed condition of labor for his whole life. I want every man to have the chance, and I believe a black man is entitled to it, in which he can better his condition, when he may look forward and hope to be a hired laborer this year and the next, work for himself afterward, and finally to hire men to work for him. That is the true system. So that true system, a truly free society, would require equal protection of the laws, which of course was the logical extension of the equal status of the citizenry. If citizens could be assured of their effort to improve themselves, whether by education or training, then that hope for a better life would motivate them to work hard and reap the rewards of their labors. As he put it in a note to himself, the power of hope on human exertion and happiness is wonderful. After the Civil War commenced, Lincoln called Congress into special session on July 4th. And he sent over a speech that described the conflict as follows, a speech to be read to the joint houses of Congress. He said, "This is essentially a people's contest. On the side of the Union, it is a struggle for maintaining in the world that form and substance of government whose leading object is to elevate the condition of men, to lift artificial weights from all shoulders, to clear the paths of laudable pursuit for all, to afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life." This was Lincoln's practical description of the purpose of government, facilitating, as Jason Riley put it, upward mobility. Now, that said, even a government that does its job moderately well does not guarantee that all will benefit from its protections. And the most poignant story close to Lincoln's heart was one involving his stepbrother, John D. Johnston. He was about Lincoln's age. They shared a father, but that's pretty much where the similarities end. Where Lincoln made the most of his native abilities and applied, of course, his intellect vigorously. This is a guy, when he was in Congress for one term, wasn't reading the Federalist Papers, he was reading a geometry textbook, the first six books of Euclid. Lincoln was an odd duck. Despite having attended, as he put it, blab schools for 12 months at most, that was Lincoln applying himself everything he could to what God gave him. Johnston, on the other hand, did everything he could to avoid any serious or steady work. He constantly wrote to Lincoln for money, loans which of course he never paid back. At one point he asked for a loan of $80. Lincoln decided it was time to deliver, as we say, tough love. "You are not lazy, and still you are an idler. I doubt whether since I saw you, you have done a good day's work in any day." And so he proposed a solution. "You shall go to work, tooth and nails, for somebody who will give you money for it." And then he added an incentive. "To secure you a fair reward for your labor, I now promise you that for every dollar you will, between this and the 1st of next May, get for your own labor, I will then give you another $1. Buy this if you hire yourself at $10 a month. From me you will get 10 more, making $20 a month for your work. Now, if you will do this, you will soon be out of debt. And what is better, you will have a habit," you mentioned Aristotle, "that will keep you from getting into debt." Needless to say, Johnston didn't take Lincoln up on the offer. Here was an example of a life, alas, wasted. Lack for lack act of applying himself in a country Lincoln once described to soldiers on their way home as worthy of your every effort. He said, nowhere in the world is presented a government of so much liberty and equality. To the humblest and poorest amongst us are held out the highest privileges and positions. And of course, Lincoln should know. He was president at the time he said that. So to wrap up, happiness for Lincoln could be defined as a life where one's labor and industry are rewarded, where individual progress and improvement lead to prosperity, not just personally, but for the community as well. What Lincoln called a duty to improve one's condition, he was preaching what he had already practiced and saw as his calling as president to make sure that America would remain worthy of the saving. Thank you.
So I've got a battery of questions for all of you, to draw each of you out. But before I start, I wonder if any of you have a comment or grab hold of anything that one of the other panelists said that you'd like to either extend or contest or otherwise highlight?
I think it's on. Yes, it's on. So I'm with Phil. I agree with pretty much everything Brad said and what Phil brought to our attention. But follow what? Oh, hey, I'm not done. I paid for this microphone. So Phil, can you say more about? Well, I'd love to know. Is it working with your students? Or are you still mired in Aristotle? But hold that thought. My sense of things is today we don't really have a conception of the two great things that the Declaration points to as standards by which we should know what we're supposed to be doing and how we know Britain is doing it all wrong. And those two things are nature and nature's God. I mean, these are things that are verboten in class and polite society. Would you say that we have to talk about or kind of rehabilitate the notion of God and what on earth this thing nature is to get us back on track and give them hope for the promise of the Declaration? I guess, that applies to you as well, Brad. What do you, I assume you say something about both of those things in your book.
Yeah, maybe I can connect this to my students. So the students, erroneously in my view, but this is, you have to teach where the students are. This is where they are. What they see in American society today is there's no authority on what's good or bad. And if you put and these are primarily conservative students. Conservative students in college, they don't know any conservatives, national conservative figures really, except Donald Trump. Like that is their framework. And what did they learn in high school? And honestly, this is especially true of the male students, but some female students. They learned, they could choose to be a man or a woman. They learned that freedom is, their lives have been saturated with pornography since they were 12. They've had access to the most vile images on their person, with their phone, and have access to those images as long as before puberty, if not at the beginning of puberty. Lots of their parents suffered during the downturn in 2008, 2009, and their parents went through economic hardship. And this is the world they grew up in. And it's not attractive to them. And I think they say to old people like us, the ideals you're describing don't match the world we live in. Their world is one of utter chaos and no authority. And so when they hear freedom, 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 they're like, we don't need more freedom. Even from the university, the slogan of my the College of Liberal Arts at Notre Dame is study everything, do anything. As if to say, well, we don't know what you should study. And they have no direction. So that is, so you're saying, well, what about nature? Yeah, we need standards of right and wrong. And I'll say this wouldn't necessarily apply here, but Notre Dame obviously is a Catholic university. The moral authority of the Catholic Church has been decimated in their lifetime. So this is where they're coming from. And so we have to provide them some understanding of natural rights, but also natural right and natural wrong. And I'll say just one more thing on this. The lesson where they see it most clearly, maybe the point they will come around in some point, is the Lincoln-Douglas debates. Because there they see how in America and in the American natural rights tradition and in Lincoln's appeal to our ancient faith that all men are created equal, that there are moral limits that ought to guide our politics. Stephen Douglas saying, the people decide what's right and wrong.
White people.
White people. But the people in their sovereign capacity, which meant white people, decide whether the black man is free or not free, is a person or is not a person. And they say, Lincoln saying, no, that's not a decision the people can make. And then Lincoln appeals to our ancient faith, all men are created equal. But really he's appealing to nature. No, nature determines who is and who is not a person, and we are all people. Right, so I think, that's the context. So it's finding standards and stories of authority that can resonate in a chaotic libertarian world.
Matt, did you want to do something else? No, you don't have to, but it's, yeah. Let's see if this works.
Push it out. Does this work? Yes. Yes, it works. Let me say just one or two things in response to Phil and Lucas's question. I'll start with young men. The first thing I would say to Phil is I'd be less concerned about their happiness as teenagers than your own. And as a father of 3 former teenagers, there's actually happiness for you down the road. once they leave. But
that's why I'm so happy right now.
Yeah. So let me I would like to say one thing about Gen Z, young people, and young men in particular. And that is, and it's very much akin to what you were saying, Phil. I'd like to say this. If you have been told every single day, since the day you started kindergarten until the day you graduated from college, if not, or high school, if not college, that you are racist, sexist, and homophobic by virtue of being white, male, and heterosexual, and on top of that, nobody defends you, are we surprised then that a generation of young men and women, but mostly young men, right, turn to Nick Fuentes, turn to the Bronze Age pervert, turn to Candace Owens and all kinds of others, when the mainstream conservative and libertarian think tanks, the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, do nothing to speak to your generation? Should we be surprised that they are turning in this direction? And the answer is no. We should not be turning in that direction. And my own view is that rather than turning to a political philosophy which is willing to use the coercive force of the state to make people good or virtuous, my own view, which is to say, let's say, the classical regime, my own view is that we should rely on our own American tradition and the way in which the founding generation understood the nature of virtue, which comes in 2 forms. Through 1, education, and 2, from freedom itself. A lot of political theorists talk about the American regime, as though somehow the American regime is like the regime of classical Athens. This is silly.
to the extent that there is an American so-called regime, we might call it the American anti-regime. And what I mean by that is that the revolutionary generation created constitutions and governments, the purpose of which, the sole purpose of which, as stated in the third self-evident truth of the Declaration, is to create a regime of freedom, one that leaves individuals free to pursue their happiness, and that it's in the context of a free society that we are sharpened and hardened to virtue. Freedom is the principal cause for creating a self-governing, self-reliant citizenry, right? I mean, in my view, the Americans of the late 18th and through the 19th century were amongst the most virtuous human beings that have ever lived in world history. And what government made them good? What made them good was the process of crossing the Appalachian Mountains and setting out as settlers to the west. And think about what it would mean to be a settler in the post-trans-Appalachian West in the late 18th and throughout the 19th centuries, where you have to have a one-on-one relationship with the nature of reality. You have to give up everything that... Whoops. Just as I was warming up.
Just as you're warming up.
Yeah. Think about what it would mean to live on the frontier, where you are, in the context of the late 18th century, you are more than 3,000 miles away from the mother country. You are hundreds of miles away from the center of the center of government in your colony and then eventually your state. And you're living on a frontier where maybe your closest neighbor is 5 miles away, where you have to literally, you have a new climate, you have new soil, you have new vegetation, and you have to have a one-on-one relationship with nature. And you have to do it entirely on your own. And this is what gave rise to the uniquely American idea of rugged individualism. You will note there is no rugged French individualism, nor is there rugged ancient Greek individualism. This notion of rugged individualism is a uniquely American concept, and in my view, it represents an extraordinarily high understanding of what virtue is, and none of it was created by government. Rather, it was created by freedom.
Yeah, but we got to quickly add here that these aren't like this robust band of secular humanists crossing the Appalachians. I mean, these are praying people, Bible reading people. In other words, we haven't mentioned culture here. So, I mean, yes, there was a diversity of Christian faiths. Certainly not all were members of a church. Lincoln was never a member of a church, but he paid for a family pew. His wife was a member. So there were these rituals, and there was a book, and there was more or less a consensus about living in a created order. So to be sure, the old definition of conservative is a liberal mud by reality. In this case, whether they were liberal or not, they were certainly, to avoid being mugged by reality, they had to survive. But they didn't go into it with, as these, blank slates facing that reality. They entered into it as beings of part of a created order that helped inform that what you're calling rugged individualism. So I think that's something that needs to be mentioned as well.
All right. Well, it's, I have to turn my off. Let me ask a question for Brad and Phil. I don't care which order you go in. And then I have a Lincoln question to follow up with you, Lucas, but...
My mic's dead.
Well, all right, okay. So, Phil, you gave a very nice summary of, oh, I'm sorry, I wanted to do a commercial, but I got distracted by Lucas. Brad, thank you for reminding me to make a plug for your Substack. It's the Redneck Intellectual, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's don't be fooled by the title. It's a great Substack. I thought it's from your old red hair from your track and field days or something. And in particular, it comes back to me now that you wrote one of the best accounts, a much longer version of what you just said about Gen Z, how no one's defended them. And I think I sent you a note saying that's the best damn thing I've read on this in a long time. It's spectacularly good. And you should sign up for his occasional essays there anyway. Now, you mentioned regime. I think you know this, that's sort of the specialized language of the Straussian community, and probably foreign to sort of ordinary Americans. But Phil, you made a very elegant, brief summary of the reciprocity between Aristotle's understanding of the need of a decent regime, to use his formula of it, and individual virtue, and you can't have one without the other, so you need both. So now I want to throw some data at the two of you. I hate data, I usually don't use it, but you guys deserve it. And this broadens the problem beyond Gen Z and the young people who I see the same thing, who are contemptuous of the American founding. And it's this, and by the way, I'm a huge critic of surveys, but there's a lot of survey data right now that shows something that I wonder if you can explain and reflect on. And it is that something like 80% of Americans say they're pretty happy with their own lives. They say things are going well, it's going to go up and down, recessions and so forth. And meanwhile, about 80% of Americans say our government is trash, right? The long-term, what they call the trust question that Gallup and Harris have been doing in the late 50s show that public confidence in the federal government has gone from 78% in 1958 to about 15% today. And it's been all downhill except for a bump up during the Reagan years, but not even near close to what it had been. So you see where this question is going. Is it possible, whether in Aristotelian or any other terms, to think that the conditions of happiness and virtue, as the founders understood it, have a good prospect when you have this disharmony between what people think of as their private happiness and their unhappiness with the, pardon me, Brad, the regime we live in?
Who wants to go first? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to make of those survey numbers. I will say that the people who, in a way, are most subject to the government are children, because their lives are, especially if they're in public schools, are shaped by state institutions. And just recently, their lives are really shaped by government action. One thing we haven't talked about, in this context should talk about, is what our COVID policy did to young people.
Oh.
And I don't think, most everyone's a grown-up in this room. At least my students, most young people simply do not trust anyone over 40 because of what we did to them.
Not even Bob Dylan?
They don't, they think what we did to them was cruel. And if we're honest, it was. And we put their happiness, sacrificed their happiness for our safety. And I don't think we fully have dealt with what that will do to our politics. You could also say, they all think, if you ask them, I often in class will ask, how many of you think you're going to get Social Security? And not a single hand goes up. But you know what that means? They think we, or really Steve's generation, is plundering them. And in fact, that's exactly what's happening. So the intergenerational contract is broken in America. And it used to be the older generations secured freedom for the next generation, who would then secure freedom for future generations. And right now, the older generation is plundering the wealth and future of the younger generation for the older generation's good. So it might be, that might explain the 80% of people who are happy, but ask young people. And there, I think you'll see a correlation with the misery of government and the misery of their self-perceptions of the future.
Sure, just 81 please.
I agree entirely with what Phil has said relative to COVID policy. It was a form of a cruel and unusual punishment inflicted on children. But I'm afraid that this country has inflicted cruel and unusual punishment on children in other ways as well. Let me note two things. First, the United States of America is the only or one of just a few nations that has government policies, sometimes at the state level and moving into the federal level, a policy of drugging and mutilating children. What kind of a nation would do that? And the second, and the much larger, is the very existence of the government school system. The government school system is fundamentally immoral. It should be abolished. And in accordance with the founders' principles, if you believe in the principle of separation of church and state, you must, by definition, believe in the principle of separation of school and state. It's the very same principles applying down the line. If you read James Madison's Memorial and Remonstrance in defense of separation of church and state, and everywhere, I think he has 15 principles supporting the separation of church and state, and if you take each one of those 15 principles and every time he says church, replace it with school, or every time he says religion, replace it with education, it's the same principle down the line. I'll end, though, on a good note. The single most important social revolution of this country, the single most important civil rights revolution in this country since the 1960s is the homeschooling movement. This is going to change, it is changing the face of America. And the leaders of the revolution are America's homeschooling mothers. We should be doing everything we possibly can to prevent the left and sometimes the right from trying to place restrictions on homeschooling. Homeschooling is the ultimate form or the ultimate expression of the promise of the American Revolution.
Yeah, I count myself among those who say that sending your children to public schools these days is tantamount to child abuse. And I'm also kind of optimistic that that homeschooling revolution plus variations of school choice going on are going to make the public schools obsolete or receding forward. I'm hopeful about that. Has anyone noticed that I'm old enough to remember when conservatives said we should privatize the post office, and now no one cares? Why? Because we got email and FedEx and everything else, and so just go around it. That's what I think is going to happen in schools. I hope. We'll see. I have a question for Lucas. That open to everybody, but starting with Lucas, and then I want to turn to audience questions. But this one might take a while. I want to broaden things a little bit beyond the constitutional sphere, and I want to draw you out on Lincoln, but also Frederick Douglass, since you're so preeminent with both of them. Let's see how to put this. Lincoln and happiness. He rose to power and governed during the most unhappy time in our history. And he's often described by all his biographers as someone often beset by melancholy. You can understand why. You see your country about to crash on the rocks and then this horrible war starts. How could you be counted as very happy? Then I think also something I was talking about with someone the other day about examples of happiness, and I think about how Winston Churchill was asked very late in life, shortly before he died, if you could pick any one year in your life to live over again, which one would it be? And in an instant he said, oh, 1940 every time. Now, that was the most stressful year of his life, obviously, during which time he had a heart attack, and he thought at various times that the country might be finished. He said privately a few times, I think it may be too late for me to save the country. And yet, I think as Aristotelians, or actually even a Lockean, Locke is the wrong way to put it, might count him as a happy man in the same way that Lincoln is. And why? I guess my proposition is that Lincoln understood, as did Churchill, that happiness is a reciprocity, in the sort of larger sense we're talking about. It's a reciprocity of understanding the tragic sense of life. And one of the problems with modern happiness, as popularly understood, is it assumes that we can actually arrange our social lives through politics and other ways to have a world without any tragic outcomes, personally or more generally. And so I don't know, that's a big statement, but I figure you can improve upon it.
It's the classic, here's my comment, what do you think about my comment? It's an excellent comment. Yeah, absolutely, Lincoln was, melancholy was an understatement. He was a chronic depressive. He was notorious. What's working? Paid for the wrong microphone.
On the top there.
This one?
Yeah.
Maybe?
You're good.
One of the few things he shared with his father, with whom he did not get along with, and in fact did not attend his funeral, was told his dad was dying. He said, you know what, if I showed up, it would be uncomfortable for both of us. And so, but one thing he did share with his father was the gift of gab, in other words, the storytelling, humor, but he did that, it's very public. He did that in spite of his inner turmoil. So it is true that Lincoln was personally depressant, but what's interesting is for Lincoln, misery did not deserve or love company. He wished well for everybody else. He was utterly incapable of hatred of people. Be that as it may. So in terms of Lincoln and happiness, one of the earliest statements he makes with regards to his own ambition, he found out fairly early that politics was not just an interesting and engaging thing for him, he was very good at it. And so he really saw that as his calling, but even though in this country you have to get consent, you have to be popular to rule, mere popularity was beneath Lincoln. And he confessed this publicly, and of course if it's public you have to be somewhat skeptical because it's for an audience. But Lincoln said, the key thing here of course is to make myself, words to this effect, make myself worthy of their esteem. Which of course teaches the public that there are things that may be popular that you should not vote for. And it turns out, of course, as Phil anticipated with his reference to the Lincoln-Douglas debates, Lincoln early on was already anticipating that there were people out there who were willing simply to do the popular thing because it suited their ambition. And thankfully in Lincoln's case, his supreme ambition, one of his law partners, William Herndon, said that Lincoln's ambition was a little engine that knew no rest. There is no namby-pamby Lincoln. This guy wanted to be famous, but the question was how to get there. And so this idea, he was consumed about, well, what is it that I can do to leave a mark on the world so that people would ever know that I existed? He had to find a noble or worthy path to fame or to glory. And he found it in what I'm going to call the American regime, the things that are distinctively American. And those he absolutely and almost entirely located in the Declaration of Independence. So I think for Lincoln, yes, it was the most trying time, but it was a time that, if you will, I don't know if he would say he would enjoy 1860 to 1865, but it was a time that called forth the best that he was capable of and the best that he was able to contribute precisely because of the years that led up to it. Good grief, you think of the second inaugural address. There is no other political speech like it. It just belongs on a shelf by itself. Here's their task. The war's almost over. All the ports are wrapped up. The noose is tightening on Lee. Grant is coming from the north. Sheridan coming up from the south. It's only a matter of time. Only Jeff Davis thinks it's darkest before the dawn, right? On March 4th, 1865. And so, what does Lincoln decide to do in his second inaugural speech? He doesn't talk about Reconstruction. He doesn't talk much about the future. It's one of his shortest speeches, 700 words. You know what he decides to do? Theodicy. You know what I want to talk about? Why bad things happen in a created world. In other words, he talks about the role of slavery in providence. The entire third paragraph is consumed by the possibility that the Civil War was a punishment on both North and South, which is to say, North too, for what he calls American slavery. Lincoln does not think we can go forward as a united country unless we have a united memory of what on earth just happened to us for these past 4 years. And Lincoln says we should be incapable of fathoming what happened then without wrestling with the existence of slavery, not for 4 years, but for 250 years, what Diana Shaw called Lincoln's 1619 Project. And so what does he decide to do? Instead of taking a victory lap, instead of patting himself on the back for victory, what he decides to do is say, as Denzel Washington put it in the movie Glory, the stink's on all of us. And so he says, if it happens to be the case that in this war, what is happening, that for every drop of blood drawn with the lash, another shall be paid by a drop drawn with the sword. Then he cites the psalmist, and basically saying, you know what? Turns out if this war ends after only 4 years, in contrast to slavery, which has been around for way more than 4 years, this ain't justice, folks. This is a divine mercy. Go and do likewise, with malice toward none, with charity for all. You don't get to malice toward none and charity for all without that harrowing third paragraph.
You know, I have students who will ask me sometimes, why should I study Churchill or Lincoln so intently? Because I'm not ever going to be in that kind of circumstance where I need to save the world or save the country. And what I usually tell them is, you ought to know why you should have that kind of ambition. And I haven't thought until just now that next sentence should be, and also, if you do that seriously, you'll also be a happier person. Yeah. I think I'm going to think on that and step up my game. Either one of you want to comment on that? Otherwise, I'm going to turn to the audience for questions if you can get the roving mic ready for questions. I can do more questions for the panel, but you got one? Oh yeah, here we go. We've got one. Oh, we're working on getting the mic working. Okay. You know, with all these batteries and technology, there's another one over here. So this gentleman here, and then the lady over here.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go loud.
Great. All right. Well, thank you all panelists for your talk. Thank you to Civitas for hosting this. Yeah, my question is, I guess it's first directed to Dr. Morell, but it's really for all the panelists. And thinking just now about what you said about Lincoln's second inaugural and the state of our country today. We're not obviously coming out of a civil war, but political discourse, civil discourse right now is in a difficult spot right now. So, yeah, does our country need something like a second inaugural address for our time? What would that look like? What would the contents of that look like? And if you're thinking about the mystic chords of memory from that speech, you know, what might be added to what he's thinking about since 1865?
Yeah, I hope we don't need something like a second inaugural speech right now. I mean, everyone will say we've never been more polarized besides the antebellum years, right before Lincoln's accession to the presidency. I think the first step has to be recovering a common language for describing what we understand America to mean, to be, and what better year than 2026, the semi-quincentennial of our nation's birth. So the good news I see right now is, even though I'm on this federal commission to coordinate, organize, promote, celebration, commemoration of the birth of the country, which we date, according to Lincoln, to 1776, not the formation of the Constitution, but the Declaration. The good news is, without the work of the commission, what are people doing? Everybody's publishing books on the founding. Senators, left, right, and center. Everybody's talking about it. States have commissions. My city, I live in Stanton, but my university is in Lexington, Virginia. There's a Lexington 250 commission. Nobody told them, hey, you cities need to have this. They're doing it. For some reason or another, they're finding some connection, some hope. It's not all criticism. It's not all takedowns of the founders or defenders of the founders. So I think that's good news. If this year was simply more 1619 project stuff, if it was just yet a litany of why the founders were awful and the further away we get, the better off we are, then I would say, okay, not even a second inaugural address will save us. So I think the good news is people think that there's something back there that is a key to their prosperity today, or the key to what makes this country, as Lincoln put it, worthy of the saving. That for me gives me hope, and therefore we should have more conversations, more panels, more conferences and books that wrestle with what did that statement, all men are created equal, mean? What are rights? What does consent have to do with anything? The right of revolution, these sorts of things. I think these are materials with which I think we can knit the nation back together. Do I see any politicians that are capable of articulating these things in this way? That gives me less hope.
I am deeply skeptical about whether our national or even state level governments can be reformed, and never in my lifetime have I ever seen so many articles as I have in the last few years talking about the possibility, the real possibility of a civil war in this country. What does that, what does that portend? Is it real? We've been talking for the last 20 plus minutes about the deep and profound divide that exists in this country. Unlike 1859, the divide in 21st century America is not sectional. It is deeply and profoundly philosophic. And so it seems to me that that the model that we should turn to, Lucas may not appreciate this, but it is not so much Abraham Lincoln, but rather William Lloyd Garrison, the leader of the abolitionists. Who ever would have thought in 1830 that it was possible to abolish slavery? With one exception, right? William Lloyd Garrison. And Garrison and his band of abolitionists dedicated themselves over the course of the next 30 years, not to a political revolution, certainly not to any kind of revolution of armed conflict, but rather to first and foremost an intellectual and a moral revolution. And Garrison and his band of merry abolitionists, they fomented what we might call a bottom-up revolution. It was a revolution not to confront or government not to lead to armed conflict, but rather to change the minds and the hearts of the American people, both North and South, relative to the issue of slavery. And I think we have the same opportunity today. A couple of years ago, I was on a panel at the Philadelphia Society with Michael Anton. And Anton was effectively...
He makes you sound like a cheery optimist, Brad.
Yeah,
just saying.
Yeah. Anton was effectively evoking the fourth self-evident truth of the Declaration, which is the right to revolution. And for Anton, it seemed to me that he came very close to arguing for a kind of, certainly a political revolution, if not an armed revolution. And my response is no. it has to be an intellectual and moral revolution, not from the top down, but rather from the bottom up. And I've already given my 30-second defense of homeschooling, but I believe that is precisely the kind of bottom-up moral revolution that is going to change the nature of this country.
Scooch,
Yeah.
just quickly, yeah, I could spend a lot more time giving you Lincoln's refutation of Garrison, and then Frederick Douglass, who's his protege, his eventual refutation of Garrison. The one thing that worries me about a call for more garrisons today is they are untethered to the rule of law. And to that extent, they are untethered to the fundamental principle of consent. That's the flip side of the equality coin in the Declaration as I see it. And that would give license not just to what my wife has done, which is homeschool our 3 oldest kids. So I join you in, yes, rah, rah, let's go moms. Yeah, do we homeschool? No, my wife homeschools. My fear is we will call forth righteous indignation and a seizing of a high moral ground from all sorts of people across the spectrum. Let's just say less savory types than the classical Christian Catholics that are driving this homeschool movement.
Okay, let's bring up the lady over here who's been waiting patiently.
Speaking of righteous indignation, I have a question on behalf of my 19-year-old who is working too hard to be here. Everybody who measures these things agrees that over the last 30 years, social mobility has stagnated and slowed in our country. And she wants to know, how do you square this with her right to pursue happiness?
Anybody want to take a stab at that? Yeah, I've been saying for, the days of the week when I'm a corrupt, data-driven political scientist, which I try to keep to a minimum, but what I've been saying is whichever, just in raw political terms, whichever party can figure out that problem is going to rule for 50 years. And neither party, they each have different things, some progress, some regress. COVID comes along and screws everything up. And it's just a political matter, I think, that the deep answers to how, that's a longer subject. Do you want to take a stab at that? Anyone else with a question? We have a little more time. Who's got a hand? Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I've got a comment and then
Here comes a microphone. So
many of you mentioned about things.
It's on.
At least some of you on the panel mentioned that you've got students, and the way you described them, it sounds like they're all existentialists. So I would introduce them to Schopenhauer, even though he's gloomy, but also Nietzsche, as far as will and also creating your own meaning. Don't let finding your own meaning. That should be the stuff they're pursuing, especially while they're in college. They should be exploring those ideas. How do I create meaning for my own life and my own community? That's where they should be focused. So if their mindset is existentialism, that's why they're gloomy. They think there's no hope in the world. So I would veer them towards like Schopenhauer. I don't like how he's a nihilist, he's very gloomy, but at the same time he and Nietzsche are about creating your own meaning in life, which I think is really what it's all about for many of us.
Well, I was going to ask you, Phil, about a difference. I'm going to modify your question, your comment. I was going to ask you about, is there any better difference between what the founders understood happiness to mean and what Justice Anthony Kennedy thought happiness meant when he said freedom is the freedom to define one's own concept of existence. That's certainly existentialism. Of meaning, of the universe, and of the mystery of human life. Find your own concept of the universe? I mean, that seems pretty watery to me. Do you want to tee off on that since it's in your paper, or not?
Well, I'm pondering the comment. I haven't thought that introducing students to Nietzsche would be the best way to deal with their existential crisis. But plausibly, I mean, he sort of resonates with students in a way. What's amazing to me, students, one other thing about politics, and this is not all young people, I should say, this is, I was talking about young conservatives in particular. The other thing that is new about young conservatives is they actually don't believe in the possibility of limited government anymore. They think that's just make-believe. They actually think that's what the left teaches the right, trains the right to think. So when the right has power, they don't try to do things. And then when the left has power, the left does things. They think government is going to rule. And they're to the position, well, either we're going to be tyrannized or we're going to rule. And I don't know that Nietzsche's a good source for their inspiration at this moment.
Could I jump in? I agree entirely. We have, in the last 7 or 8 years, experienced a generation of young men reading Nietzsche to not very good effect. I've written an essay titled "The Pajama Boy Nietzscheans." Another classic for you. Yeah. And it seems quite clear to me that Nietzsche inspired Gen Z young men in particular have moved to what I call the reactionary right and are openly and explicitly advocating a political philosophy that is clearly neo-fascist. So my alternative to, rather than reading Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, is what I've done at Clemson University. So I started 12 years ago a program called the Lyceum Scholars Program, which uses a great book's approach to studying the history of liberty, capitalism, the American family, and the principles of moral character. And one of the things that we do in this program is that we assign to each one of our students what we call Socratic tutor, who will meet with his or her students every other week for an hour plus, the purpose of which is twofold. To help these young men and women translate theory into practice. So if they're reading Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, the question is, how does your typical 18-year-old 21st century American translate Aristotle into their lives here now today? And the second purpose is to get them to think seriously and deeply about questions of moral character and their moral character in particular. Now I'll tell you, in just an extraordinarily short period of time, just in the last 5 years, we've had, amongst our graduates, we've had a Rhodes Scholar, we've got 10 doing PhDs, one of whom is here today doing a PhD in political philosophy at the University of Texas. We have students at Oxford and Cambridge. And we have somebody clerking on the Supreme Court of the United States right now. I mean, so we've had extraordinary success. But that's not what I'm proud of. That's not what I want for my students, first and foremost. In the end, what I want for my students is 10 years after they graduate, that they be good sons and daughters, husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, good Little League coaches, good ballet instructors. This is part of the kind of revolution from the ground up that I'm talking about. The revolution is taking young people, introducing them to important books. You know, Bolingbroke once said that history is philosophy by example, and I think that's exactly right. And you have to put in front of young men and women, particularly starting when they're in elementary school, you have to put in front of them books that tell the stories of heroism. That has been completely eradicated from the government school system today. And it's absolutely imperative that we do that. Children without heroes, without models to look up to, will turn very early in their lives to a kind of nihilism that we see today. So just once again, I'd like to just offer as a model of what we can do going forward is it has to be education from the bottom up. let's do this. We only have about 2 minutes left, so let's collect, I see 3 hands up. Let's collect 3 questions quickly, and then we'll try and deal all 3 of them summarily. Yeah, and then you. So the gentleman here was, I think...
I just had a quick follow-up on his.
Okay. Well, we don't have a microphone. He said, let me have his question, and we'll give you the mic here last. So, yeah.
So, with Lincoln and Pursuit of Happiness, did he or anyone during that period, all during that century, how many of them invoked the Ninth Amendment for the purpose of Pursuit of Happiness, expression within the U.S.?
I mean, unless one of you guys knows the exact answer, I think the Ninth Amendment is just, it's non-justiciable is pretty much what the courts have said. It was like never an issue of war judicially. And I don't think it was ever much in the rhetoric of people, who, like the rest of the Bill of Rights, were not much in the 19th century, because it never got to the federal courts. So,
Well, just quickly, this is dealing with states' rights.
Well, that's 10th Amendment.
So we're
Rights retained by the people. Right.
Oh, well, one could say that's kind of federalism in the germ. The 1860 Republican platform explicitly affirmed the rights of the states over their domestic institutions, and of course that was euphemism for slavery. So not the Ninth Amendment, but certainly a reinforcement of the fact that, at least at that time, most government happened at the state and local level, not at the federal level. So.
Let's get those last 2. I know. Go ahead.
Hi. So I was imagining, suppose there's a group of libertarians, and suppose they're wonderful business people, create a lot of value for society, just the best kind, most ethical way, don't harm other people. And they came in here thinking, pursuit of happiness, this sounds like, great. But suppose they're also atheists and homosexual, or they're polyamorous, and then they hear about the virtue interpretation of the pursuit of happiness and the religious, perhaps, connection, and they worry, wait a minute, are some of my activities not actually things I have the right to in America to do now, or what's the right way of thinking through that?
So let's just get all the questions. Oh yeah, a question here in front.
I was just going to ask, what about just classical charter
Wait for the
schools?
microphone, please. Oh,
Are those,
charter schools?
that's all, just if those are a positive development, or is it just more keeping government schools alive and not as helpful as homeschooling, for example?
Many charter schools do great work. They use a classical curriculum, but charter schools are still nonetheless government schools.
There's a lot of variation, I think, depending on, never mind. That's just before I give your question. Stephanie Slater Reason has a new book out on the new fusionism that I haven't seen yet. She sent it to me, but she did say the other day that if you put 2 libertarians on a desert island, you'd have at least 4 kinds of libertarianism. So there is that problem to deal with. I'm not quite sure if you get a precise or satisfactory answer. Does anyone want to try it?
Do you want to? I think that question was meant for these guys.
Okay. Or virtuecrats. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the first question.
I'm not exactly sure what the question was, to be honest. On the nature of freedom, I guess, is the general notion of the question. And here, again, to go back to our topic, what is the liberty at the heart of the Declaration of Independence? The liberty at the heart of the Declaration of Independence was always understood to be a moral concept. So natural rights were bounded by the natural law. The natural law is simply the law of reason. So we'd have to go through all the things you have in mind and ask to what extent are they reasonable. And if they are, they'd be protected within the framework, and if they're not, they wouldn't. But I mean, that's the moral philosophy that animates an understanding of liberty at the time of independence.
Okay, I'll give a quick middle school translation for that, which is to say, even before you would dive into the particulars, you would have to begin, if we're going to approach it Socratically, with presenting the notion that there should be any limits on what one chooses to do or act. It's not enough to say, do no harm. Under the original notion of police powers, right? It wasn't just to promote the safety, health, and welfare of the community. What was the fourth one? The morals of the community. And so the idea that there might be moral restraints on one's conduct or action, you would have to first discuss, are there limits? And if they said no, it's really hard to carry on the discussion after that. How can you have a conversation if one person says, no, there should be no limits, and the other person thinks, I think there should, and if at least you could get agreement on that, then it's a discussion of, okay, well, who imposes these limits? What's the ground? Is it nature? Is it God? If it's God, who's God? That sort of thing. But if there isn't even a shared agreement is redundant, but if there's no agreement that choice ought to be limited, restrained, directed, or guided in some form or fashion, I'm not sure where you go after that.
Lucas, you're not going to be welcome on Stephanie Slade's desert island. I'll just lay that out there.
I probably wouldn't want to go to that island.
Okay, Brad, you want to comment?
I just have one very small, but I think ultimately a very important thing to say, which is in reaction to what Philip has said, and I think what's implied in what Lucas has said. And this will seem very, very pedantic and small, but I do think it's important, and that is America's revolutionary generation did not recognize the concept natural law. What I mean, yes, what I mean by that is you can count on one hand the number of times that American revolutionaries used the phrase natural law. I mean, literally, and it's not even all five fingers. Maybe 3 times. You can, in all of the revolutionary literature, from James Otis to the Declaration of Independence, what the Declaration of Independence uses and what all of the revolutionaries used from 1764 to 1776 is the concept law or laws of nature. And law and or laws of nature is different from natural law. The founding generation did not read Aquinas. And this is, I don't want to get into it with these guys right now because we're running out of time, but the concept natural law is very different than the concept law of nature.
The law of nature is just the law of reason.
Well, we're running over time, so let me draw us too close. First, I'm going to plant a pin there, Brad. After me praising you all day long, you now throw down an argument that I would definitely want to have with you. But instead, I'll go back to something that you said that I think is quite important. So that C.S. Lewis quote I read at the beginning came from an essay of his called "There is no right to happiness." And you made that phrase. It doesn't say you have the right to life, liberty, and the right to happiness, the pursuit of happiness. I've always thought that is worth making a parallel, and perhaps our next panel on the law might do this, but just as the preamble of the Constitution doesn't say provide the general welfare, it says promote the general welfare. We could have a whole separate panel someday on the general welfare clause and how we now live in an era when people think it's the duty of government to provide the general welfare and the specific welfare, right? They're all back in agreement, Brad, so we're good now. So thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you. We'll start up.
introduce our moderator for this panel. It's Michael Toth, who is the Civitas Institute Research Director. He's also a seasoned tech general counsel with over 15 years of corporate counsel and litigation experience. He served as a lawyer in the Marine Corps, and he also served as a senior lawyer in the Texas Attorney General's office. He's a frequent contributor on legal, regulatory, and public policy issues in many prestigious publications, including the Wall Street Journal, The Hill, and Newsweek. He's published numerous articles on legal topics, and he's even written a book on United States Chief Justice Oliver Ellsworth. Graduated from Stanford with an honors degree in history and received his law degree and a master's in history from the University of Virginia. So, turn it over to you.
Stephen, thank you very much, and great to see everyone still here. I know we've been talking for a little bit. Before I go any further, though, I did want to just make one quick programming note, which is something of an apology for the parking situation. I know it was a bit of an ordeal, with the weather. There's some sporting events going on. I've often thought to myself that next to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, university parking is really, the next, sort of big goal to try to accomplish. As Steve mentioned, we just have a fantastic panel. This is, what I would call a practitioners panel. Three just tremendous practitioners are here to provide their thoughts on the pursuit of happiness as law. And before I turn to the speakers, I just will say a word or two just to kind of orient us on the types of topics and questions and comments that our esteemed panelists have put together in advance of the conference. And what I would say just by way of introduction is Larry, David, who's next to me here, and Tim in the middle, are not just really experienced practitioners, but a particular kind of practitioner, which is a public interest practitioner. Larry, David, and Tim are each with preeminent public interest law firms. And I think, if we take a step back and we think about just the great focus that our country going into 250 has placed on the Declaration and the Constitution and what these documents mean to this present day, so much of that has come from public interest law firms and public interest lawyers, including Larry, David, and Tim. And so what I think was on the minds of our panelists here is the pursuit of happiness actionable? How to sort of make actionable? And what do I mean by that? As great public interest lawyers are often in the pursuit of a righteous cause, in pursuit of the next case, in pursuit of a really great client who can make just such a positive difference for Americans writ large. And so each of our panelists are sort of thinking, I think, as they're putting their comments together on, is the pursuit of happiness actionable? What can I do with a client? Or how should we as attorneys, as practitioners, think about really advancing the pursuit of happiness in a very practical, kind of case-by-case way? So each took a slightly different approach to the question, and I'm happy to turn it over. And I'll just say one last thing, just to give you a little bit more context on our panelists. So David Hacker was a former colleague of mine and just a tremendous friend and attorney. Is Vice President of Legal Services and a Senior Counsel at First Liberty. Tim Sandifer, apart from being Tim the Lawyer, which is the official name of our radio program, where Tim is a frequent guest and a book author, is Vice President for Legal Affairs at the Goldwater Institute. And Larry Saltzman is Vice President for Litigation and Strategy at the Pacific Legal Foundation, experienced legal advocate, has a few cases that have been up at the U.S. Supreme Court. So without further ado, we're going to start with Larry, and then it will be David, and then Tim will round us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, like Brad, I flew in from California, he from Virginia, I think, or South Carolina, rather. And I'm flying back after this, so I'll take 10 minutes to stand while I talk to you. I'm not an historian, I'm not a philosopher, I'm a litigator. And I spend my life working in courts and building records, finding clients, arguing for the principle that government has limits. And so, and I should also mention I'm a late father. I'm 54, I have a 5-year-old daughter who's going to live several generations beyond me, and so that gives me concerns for the future. And I think that very practical vantage point shapes what I have to say at the moment about the Declaration of Independence and law and the pursuit of happiness. We're approaching the 250th anniversary, and I want to consider what the Declaration promised, why a core element of that promise with respect to the pursuit of happiness has been so hard to keep in law, and what I think people in my profession, and maybe those of you who support us, can actually do about it now, those of us right now in this generation. So first, let me talk about the Declaration as a moral document. It's obviously a political document, but it's also a moral one. It doesn't just announce that the colonies are separated from Britain. It announces why, and the why includes premises about human nature that begin a moral theory of government. We possess our rights prior to government. We possess them by virtue of our nature as a human being. That nature is not bound to us by birth or ancestry or nation. It's possessed by all of us, all individuals, in all places, at all times, whether recognized or not. That universalism was very radical at the time of the founding, and it remains pretty radical now. We hear we're not a creedal nation. That's something of a creed that we heard in that declaration. Government is created for us, by us, for one overriding purpose, and that is to secure those rights. Everything else, the entire apparatus of law, the courts that I work in, constitutions that we were reflecting on, is downstream of that purpose, to secure those rights. The pursuit of happiness, that's one of those rights referenced. It's not rhetorical flourish, just on top of life and liberty, but in one sense it's the whole point. It describes what each of us are doing when we are free. We're living according to our own judgment, we're building, we're creating, we're striving. In some cases we're worshiping. We're doing all of the things that we need to do to create our lives in our community. That is the pursuit of happiness. Government's job is to protect the political conditions under which that is possible, and mostly stay out of the way otherwise. That's what I take to be the essential promise of the Declaration. And Madison understood that radicalism. He has a famous quote in Europe. He wrote, "Charters of liberty have been granted by power. America has set the example of a charter of power granted by liberty." And he said something else about France in that quote. He was a little hasty about that. We can forget that. His point remains, the Constitution is not a list of our rights. It's a list of limits on government power and a relationship between us and the government. Something a little, I think is very unappreciated, maybe sets me at odds with some of my friends at this debate, but something about that moral vision I think is genuinely underappreciated today. And the Declaration doesn't say that people are merely free to pursue happiness. It says this freedom is right, morally correct, the true purpose of legitimate government. And that's a departure not only from Europe's political traditions, as Madison indicated there, but from its dominant moral tradition as well. For more than 1,000 years before the Declaration, the highest Western virtue was not self-fulfillment, but self-sacrifice. Service to God, service to others, subordination of the individual to something or someone else. Now, it certainly fits in to a free life, but the pursuit of one's happiness on that account was secondary at best, and I think the Declaration is declaring rights to something a little different. Drawing on Enlightenment ideas, it presupposes that we are rational agents, sovereign over our own lives, with an inherent moral claim to pursue our own flourishing. The pursuit of happiness is not a temptation to overcome, it is a right to be secured. That is again the promise of the Declaration. And a government that's hostile or failing in that purpose is not just insufficient, it's illegitimate, a cause for revolution. That's radical. Now, speaking a little about the context in which this document is written, it's a natural rights document, I might say broadly speaking, and it's written in an era in which Jefferson could assume widespread conviction that rights can be known, that they're derived from reason, by reason from reality, the needs of human nature, and enforced in law to create a good society. And it was a very optimistic perspective. Know what your rights are, and they can be enforced under a political regime to create a good society. That confidence did not survive the 19th century. And here, although I said I have practical comments, I'll talk about the theme that I have in the paper that I submitted that makes more of a philosophical point. There are many causes for the declining ideals of the Declaration, but one philosophical point is important to focus in because I think it played out in a particular way in the courts. What strands of natural rights jurisprudence there was in the 19th century, they frayed and snapped under what philosophers call the is-ought gap, or the fact-value dichotomy. The idea that no description of the world, however accurate, can by itself tell you what ought to be. You can describe human nature at all kinds of length, but that description alone cannot generate a moral claim of right. And over the course of the 19th century, the insolubility of the Izzat gap, or the fact-value problem, was accepted by most intellectuals. Wrongly, I believe, an argument perhaps for another day. As it was accepted by most intellectuals and the judges, confidence in that natural rights regime of the Declaration collapsed. And progressivism and legal realism, positivism, each alternative framework has sprung up since then to affect us in various ways in the 21st century, relocated the source of rights somewhere other than human nature, something more contingent. Majority will, judicial preference, power. In my view, this problem, the collapse of the confidence in the natural rights concept that the Declaration set out, came to a kind of crisis at the moment that really did matter most, and that's in the interpretation of the 14th Amendment. Before the Civil War, federal courts were doing something that was relatively easy. They were drawing lines around the enumerated powers of the federal government. But the 14th Amendment expanded the duty of federal courts as a vital break on the police power of the states. It puts federal court between states and their citizens. And it requires them considering case by case when states violate the liberty of their citizens. It's a much more complicated job. It requires judges to have at least an implicit understanding of rights and which ones are legitimate, valid, consistent with this declaration. For a time, I think courts rose to meet that call, and for me, maybe the high water mark is 1897, the case of the Supreme Court, Allgaier versus Louisiana, about insurance contracts. It's not that important, but it's an unenumerated right to freedom of contract. The court there said, the liberty protected by the 14th Amendment means, quote, the right of the citizen to be free in the enjoyment of all his faculties, to be free to use them in all lawful ways, to live and work where he will, to earn his livelihood by any lawful calling, to pursue any livelihood or avocation. And I think that kind of scope honors what Jefferson, the founding generation, thought of when they thought of the pursuit of happiness. It was reading the Declaration, the Supreme Court and Allgaier was reading the Declaration through a lens or reading the Constitution's 14th Amendment through the lens of the Declaration. I think it was basically right in the way it approached that problem. What ultimately collapsed was not essentially this kind of common law approach to constitutional adjudication, but the philosophical competence that made it defensible. We all understand the counter-majoritarian problem here, I guess. To strike down a democratically enacted limit on freedom requires courts to be confident that they can objectively identify rights fairly included within the term liberty in the 14th Amendment. That they're not merely leveraging their office as judicial officers to impose mere preferences on the people. The Izzat problem and the insolubility of it for that generation, I think, corroded that confidence, and the courts eventually flipped, or at least flinched, in the counter-majoritarian role. And so as Justice Holmes put it in 1905, I think the word, quote, I think the word liberty in the 14th Amendment is perverted when it is held to prevent the natural outcome of a dominant opinion. I think in short, that's might makes right. And that's the opposite of the Declaration. And so the post-New Deal settlement that we all lived with for the past 150 or 100 years or so now was a kind of surrender, a decision to defer to legislatures on questions of unenumerated liberty, and I think the Allgaier vision was effectively abandoned during that time. As conservatives frequently point out, and with which I agree, judges didn't stop upholding all unenumerated liberties, they became selective. They protected the liberties that judges and cultural elites valued while systematically protecting others, property and economic rights, but also some things like Jim Crow were very difficult to get to until elite opinion flipped enough to give the 14th Amendment teeth. And this living constitutionalism that developed didn't really solve the problem, it simply obscured it. If rights or whatever judges decide to protect based on evolving social values, you haven't escaped the Izzat dilemma. And you just put judges in the position of doing moral philosophy without admitting it, and it generates the kind of acrimony and cries of illegitimacy that we've seen today. You can see that even today. Just a month and a half ago, there was a Mirabelli case, for instance, in California, where the issue was whether or not teachers or school could or had an obligation to sort of hide from parents the preferred gender pronouns of their children or hide their gender transitioning. And you have both sides accusing one another of reaching toward unenumerated liberties under the 14th Amendment when it suits their side but not the other side. I think what you can see is the underlying problem, how to objectively discern the scope of liberty written into the 14th Amendment remains unresolved 250 years on for the Declaration in the year 2026. This is at least in part why I think we are in an originalist era. At a meta level, originalism is a strategic retreat from the is-all problem. It says we judges are not competent to determine what rights ought to be protected against state interference, so we'll anchor decisions in the public meaning of the text we're ratifying. History is ostensibly a matter of fact rather than value. It takes them out of the problem. They're doing history rather than reasoning in a common law way through law. And I think I should say squarely, many originalists have adopted that method from sincere fidelity to the rule of law, and it's produced very real results for liberty, so I'm very empathetic. But it also has costs, and that's what I want to kind of, if not quite end, but proceed with here, which is the Declaration is not an historical argument, it's a philosophical one. It's a claim about what human nature requires, not merely what was once practiced. It was a break from what was once practiced. And the tools of historical identification, ascertaining what the ratifiers understood or meant, is important, but it can't fully secure the full constellation of liberties I think the Declaration intended under that phrase, pursuit of happiness. And I don't think it can accomplish ultimately the deepest purposes that justify a form of government. So as I often join with in cases and in spirit with originalists, because the founders did understand the term liberty or privileged communities, citizenship through a naturalized lens, they are often acting to recover that understanding. I also argue we should read the Declaration with philosophical literacy of the generation that produced it, and that should be an interpretive lens on the Constitution. So, again, the most practical part, what can we do about it now in our generation? Why do I do the work that I do? I think there's quite a lot for us to do, actually, and I'm quite an optimist here. I don't think the Supreme Court will suddenly change its approach or philosophical orientation with respect to unenumerated liberties, but the court is responding to valid legal principles today that can lead to a restoration of the separation of powers and to the enumerated liberties, which recover a vast terrain that I think the Declaration set out for us. So first, it's just restoring the separation of powers. The structural provisions of the Constitution don't ask judges to wrestle with contested values claims. They are textual and structural. And so the administrative state has been a substantial source of the erosion of our liberties over the past 100+ years. Challenging occupational licensing, permitting, prosecutions that are conducted by agencies that are simultaneously judges and prosecutors and lawmaker, all of that would go away if we restored serious checks and balances on government. That would be an enormous advance for liberty, and we are very close to achieving that in our time if we continue that effort. The second, I think we should enforce the enumerated liberties fully and without the double standard of this New Deal settlement that I talked about. Freedom of speech, the Takings Clause, the Free Exercise Clause, the Excessive Fines Clause, the Fourth Amendment. There's a whole Bill of Rights, there's more. These express provisions allow courts to protect individual rights without a searching inquiry into the scope of the police power. It's easier for judges to do that task without having to overcome perhaps doubts they have or solve the is-all problem to their satisfaction, and enforce consistently, including the economic and commercial domains where they've been so ignored. We are again going to reclaim vast territory that the Declaration intended for us. They're not really a consolation prize, they're a very big part of the prize that was set out by the Revolution. And third, I think we keep the banner flying for a full-fledged right to pursue happiness, and that means wherever possible, wherever appropriate, maintaining unenumerated liberties. The spirit of the Declaration is not dead, it is in some sense paused in my view, and it will wait for another generation or a group of serious thinkers who might be able to approach the is-all problem in a way to restore the confidence in a natural rights approach to government. And in that day, the Madison quote that I had, that we were erecting a sort of charter of power, not a charter of liberty, that has to be articulate and alive in the minds of people when that day comes, which is the intellectual movement that will help us, in some sense, recover what they had in the 19th century, but improve upon it. I don't think that's a call for importing the personal moral philosophy of judges into law or to deciding cases untethered from text. It's just a call for objectivity and judgment in reading the text. The text is composed of concepts that cannot be understood simply by pointing to the ratifier's expected applications, or even widespread historical understanding of those concepts. Judges have a duty to get the actual meaning of those concepts right. I understand that there's not an agreed upon or settled method, but that's why I think we have to keep fighting for the unenumerated liberties, to keep the scope of liberty as wide as possible until the day comes when the spirit of the Declaration returns in more full-fledged form. We can keep that argument, I think, alive through litigation for a long time. And so, in closing, we're here 250 years after the Declaration. Its claims remain the most radical in the history of political organization, in my view. Every human being possesses the right to pursue happiness. That right is prior to government. Securing is what justifies our government. I'm a litigator. I work case by case in courts. My clients are ordinary people who are just touching the scope of liberty somewhere, or touching government's encroachment of the scope of liberty in some corner of their lives. A farmer who can't use his land, someone who's being extorted for excessive fees to build a home, someone who needs a craftsman who can't pursue his craft because he's blocked by occupational licensing. Each case is pretty small in the sweep of history, but each one is a small step in a very long argument about the Declaration. The Declaration's project is unfinished today, and I can't think of anything more important than continuing.
All right, well, I'll stay seated if you don't mind.
Lazy.
Yeah, well, I've been standing a lot today. It was Grandparents' Day at school, so we had lots of activities this morning there. But I just want to say thank you to the Pacific Legal Foundation and to UT for including me in this discussion. Quite frankly, when I got the invitation, I hadn't thought much about the pursuit of happiness in quite a while. Just been so focused on pursuing religious liberty issues for our clients at First Liberty that thinking about the pursuit of happiness was actually a welcome opportunity. And so sat down with my colleague Logan, who's here with me, he's one of our research fellows, and we were kind of kicking around some ideas. And what I ultimately decided was I wondered if the founders had anything to say about the pursuit of happiness, and was there any connection to religion? I'm a religious liberty lawyer, that's kind of what I think about every day. So did they say anything like that? I wanted to be a good originalist if I could, and see what we came up with. So I'll kind of give you the giveaway at the beginning of kind of my main point. And that is that the pursuit of happiness, as the founders understood it, even Jefferson himself, depends upon a robust protection of religious liberty in America, because the pursuit of happiness ultimately allows us to make that choice of whether or not we want to pursue a creator. So I think if you think about human nature, we're all pretty restless. We have this kind of what Blaise Pascal might say, this kind of God-sized hole in our hearts. We're pursuing all sorts of things all the time. My career, I've been pursuing advancement. I've also been trying to, make sure we have enough money, so we can survive in Austin as the prices continue to increase here. Influence, power, knowledge, even acceptance. St. Augustine articulated this restlessness apart from God as, "You have made us for yourself, O Lord, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you." And it's also interesting if you think about this Holy Week for some people, myself included, think about the Beatitudes in the Bible. They describe blessedness as a relationship with God. And interestingly, the Latin Vulgate word that's translated blessedness can also be translated happiness, and some translations do use that. And so, backing over, or kind of shifting lanes over back to the founders understood that the state exists to protect the ability of people to pursue humankind's chief end, and enumerated those things in the Declaration as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so I kind of stopped there when I was thinking about this, like, well, why not life, liberty, and property? We see that in the Fifth Amendment. Why? The first two kind of make sense. Life or liberty, obviously that's why we broke away from England
said no more. But why the pursuit of happiness? And I think what we found is that Jefferson, when he wrote the Declaration, he was really trying to capture what he said that are, quote, the harmonizing sentiments of the day. And in fact, the phrase, the pursuit of happiness, had really been in common usage for about 75 years before he used it in the Declaration. So one of my proposals is that the Declaration establishes happiness as an end for humankind. The view of happiness at the time of the founding was a continuation of this classical idea of the pursuit of virtue. John Adams said, "The happiness of society is the end of government, as the happiness of the individual is the end of man." Blackstone also talked about happiness and government. He says, "For the Creator has so intimately connected, so inseparably interwoven the laws of eternal justice with the happiness of each individual, that the latter cannot be attained but by observing the former. And if the former be punctually obeyed, cannot but induce the latter." You know, Jefferson wasn't the biggest fan of Blackstone, but I think their usage of happiness in the Declaration is actually fairly similar. Jefferson kind of traces the freedom of Englishmen in England and the colonies to an unwritten constitution grounded in natural law. Jefferson mentions God twice in in one of his writings, where he says, "With reference to those rights which God and the laws have given, and the God who gave us life gave us liberty at the same time." Jefferson believed that man has rights that are not self-originating, and that as such, man's end, happiness, can be situated only in the context of a divine governing order. And I think the Declaration reflects this viewpoint through the language of the law of nature and nature's God. You know, there's other, Blackstone, James Wilson, Benjamin Franklin also had similar kind of concepts of happiness leading to the pursuit of God, and those are some things we talk about in the paper. And so the Declaration really points, my argument is, to an eternal happiness. We're not just pursuing wealth or power or acceptance. For the founders, political institutions could secure the conditions for temporal happiness, for sure, but the ultimate end of man, eternal happiness, lay beyond the reach of government within the sphere of religion. And so that's why I argue that religious liberty features so prominently as an enumerated right in the Bill of Rights. Religious liberty is really a necessary condition for the pursuit of happiness. If the Declaration commits the nation to the pursuit of happiness, and if the founders understood this to mean the pursuit of one's Creator, then they needed a constitutional order that protected the ability of individuals to practice religion without government interference. John Witherspoon, who was, I believe, the only clergy to sign the Declaration, delivered a sermon on the dominion of providence over the passions of men. And in that sermon, he argued the cause in which America is now in arms is the cause of justice, of liberty, and of human nature. And he went on to emphasize that our civil and religious liberties were foundational for our temporal and eternal happiness. Religious liberty, therefore, represents a necessary condition for the pursuit of happiness. And I think returning to a proper understanding 250 years later of happiness means that we need to support robust religious liberty in our country today. You know, these days, I don't think happiness is viewed in the way that the founders viewed it. It's more a description of how you feel. You're feeling good. I'm happy today. I had a good day at work. Rather than being good, I'm doing things for God. But I think the latter is really how the founders viewed it. You know, these days, Black's Law Dictionary defines happiness as the constitutional right to pursue any lawful business or activity that might yield the highest enjoyment. It's about enjoyment, that temporal. And In Meyer versus Nebraska in 1923, the Supreme Court held the pursuit of happiness included the right of the individual to contract, to engage in any of the common occupations of life, to acquire useful knowledge, to marry, establish a home, and bring up children, and to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience. So again, we see this kind of change in what happiness means in the early 20th century Supreme Court writings. It's not just the pursuit of the eternal, it's the pursuit of all these other things as well. And of course, I think the Obergefell decision probably captures that most clearly, and Justice Alito in his dissent points out that the understanding of marriage put forth by the majority in Obergefell focuses almost entirely on the happiness of persons who choose to marry. So happiness is about who I can marry. It's not about pursuing eternal things. So 250 years later, could pursue happiness, his creator, on Sundays, something that the law purportedly protects. We also have other laws in our country that are kind of derivations of the First Amendment that create the conditions for the pursuit of happiness, such as what I call RLUIPA, the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. Many Jewish, Muslim, Christian, and really any religious group and their congregations have used this law to protect their ability to meet at home or build a new building or expand their facilities against local governments and their desire to keep religion out. We have a case in New England right now. We represent a church that literally meets in a guy's barn. And the town of Ware, New Hampshire said, well, if you're meeting in the barn, you have to have, all these safety protocols installed. Well, they just want to meet to worship. They're trying to find another facility, but they just need to meet temporarily. We just won a case, actually today, just got a final decision in one of our cases called Dad's Place in Ohio, where a church wants to stay open 24 hours a day to house the homeless and give them a place not only to worship, but to be free from all the things that can happen at night in a town and have someplace warm to be in an Ohio winter. And that, again, is creating the conditions for people to pursue happiness. Or I think about our clients, the Chabad at the beaches in Long Island, New York. They bought a piece of property where they could all walk to so they could worship. And the town said, whoa, no, we don't want you to do that. That's a valuable piece of property, and so we're going to use eminent domain to take it. Even though you just bought it for your worship, we're going to take it from you. And we sued the town, and eventually they came to their senses and paid lots of money to my client for violating their religious liberty. Again, these are Jews who simply wanted the ability to meet in their own town, and RLUIPA provided the ability for them to pursue happiness. And since 2005, I think the court has issued about 20 opinions upholding the ability of people and institutions to pursue their faith. And I think it's an interesting renewed interest by the court and demonstrates one way that we can and have been slowly reinvigorating the Declaration's commitment to pursuing happiness. And so I think to return to the founder's vision of happiness, we need to have robust religious liberty in America. And that means returning to an understanding of happiness as requiring the practice of virtue, grounded in religion, and ordered towards the Creator.
All right, well, they say the best for last. I want to talk about economic liberty as part of the pursuit of happiness. Religious liberty, I have no doubt myself that religious liberty is part of the liberty that the Declaration promises, but I think we have to recognize that religious liberty was highly controversial in July of 1776. The Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, for example, would not be passed for another decade after independence. Opposition to it arose from what at that time were the equivalent of today's social conservatives, who feared and loathed the idea of religious liberty as opposed to the reigning regime of toleration was the rule under the British common law. And toleration was the idea that you have rights, but only within the narrow boundaries of what the community is willing to authorize, which we heard some members of the last panel say that that's their vision of liberty. That was rejected, thank goodness, thank God, by the creators of religious liberty, which at the time was an extremely individualistic and highly libertarian conception that many social conservatives today reject if they were in the shoes of the founders in 1776. Economic liberty, by contrast, was highly respected at the time and was a center of what the pursuit of happiness in the Declaration referred to. Now, let's go back to what it was like in 1775 in British North America. The British colonies in North America were heavily regulated in their economic behavior under a series of laws known as the Navigation Acts and other statutes that Parliament had adopted restricting the ability of the colonists to trade either amongst themselves or with overseas entities. There were laws such as the Hat and Felt Act. Have you heard of the Hat and Felt Act? The Hat and Felt Act made it illegal for an American colonist to manufacture a hat out of fur trapped in North America. It was illegal to make a hat out of a fox that you shot on your own land. Instead, you had to send the pelt to Britain to be made into a hat and then sent back to you. The Iron Act made it a crime for Americans to manufacture a horseshoe or a nail out of iron that was mined in the American colonies. Under the law, you had to mine the iron, make it into ingots, ship it to Britain to be made into horseshoes and nails, and shipped back to the American colonies and sold there. The White Pines Acts, which made it a crime to cut down a white pine tree in the British colonies without government permission. Why? Because white pines are very straight and tall and make great masts for sailing ships, so the British Navy declared that they all belonged to them. And for you to cut down a pine was not only a crime, but it was punishable by forfeiture, and you were not entitled to a trial by jury, which is a real problem considering the white pines are the most common tree in the American Northeast. So if you're a pioneer and you're out there trying to cut down some trees to build a log cabin for yourself, you face the arbitrary punishment of a juryless criminal system that's going to confiscate your property because you cut down a tree in the American forests. Right? These are the kinds of restrictions on economic opportunity that were being put into place by a parliament that, of course, had no lawful authority to regulate the American colonies. Franklin and other American patriots complained loudly about this, wrote extensively about the problems about things like the Iron Act and the Hat and Felt Act. But one person who doesn't get a lot of credit for this for some reason is Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson has this reputation as being this agrarian who wasn't really into capitalism. In fact, some of my anti-capitalist friends, assuming I have any, love to trot out Jefferson as being somehow anti-capitalist. In fact, Jefferson was one of the most outspoken advocates of laissez-faire in his generation. In the summary view of the rights of British America, the pamphlet he published in 1774 that got him the job writing the Declaration of Independence, he talks about these. Here's what he says, quote, "An American subject is forbidden to make a hat for himself of the fur which he has taken perhaps on his own soil. An instance of despotism to which no parallel can be produced in the most arbitrary ages of British history. By another act, the iron which we make, we are forbidden to manufacture, and as heavy as that article is, we are required to pay freight for it to Great Britain, and freight for it back again, for the purpose of supporting not men but machines in the island of Great Britain." What he means by machines is not mechanisms, but political machines in the island of Great Britain, who have managed to get laws passed to prohibit legitimate economic competition in order to protect their own incomes against the American competitors. And Jefferson wasn't done with that. When Lord North sent his fraudulent conciliatory proposal to the colonists, pretending that he was willing to treat with their grievances in order to postpone independence, Jefferson was assigned the job of writing the response to Lord North's conciliatory proposal. And among his leading objections was the fact that Lord North said nothing in his proposal about eliminating these kinds of restrictions. Jefferson said, "Parliament should lay open to us a free trade with all the world." And in fact, the phrase, "a free trade with all the world," was a favorite slogan for Jefferson. He trotted it out quite frequently in those days. He took it from the Treaty of Jamestown, 1651, which was a settlement between Parliament and Virginia during the days of Cromwell, in which Parliament had promised Virginia that it would not tax or restrict the Virginians without their consent, which of course Parliament immediately started ignoring and violating worse and worse, especially in the imperial crisis that led to independence. So Jefferson keeps trotting out this line from the Treaty of Jamestown, hey, Parliament, you promised us a free trade with all the world and you're violating this. Right? When we talk about the pursuit of happiness, of course it is true that the concept of the pursuit of happiness traces its origins to the Greco-Roman classical tradition, right? Aristotle, Epicurus, Cicero, Lucretius. That's where we get the idea of the pursuit of happiness. For Aristotle, it was the idea of eudaimonia, right? Aristotle conceives of happiness as flourishing. I always tell people the most important thing you can know about Aristotle is that he was trained as a physician. He naturally thought of morality as something like a diet and exercise regimen. Morality was the rules you followed to have a healthy and flourishing psyche, in the same way that a diet and exercise regimen is how you have a healthy and flourishing body, right? So eudaimonia is the state, the active state of being a morally healthy person. For Epicurus, it was ataraxia, which is a lack of conflict, a sense of harmony and tranquility. That was the goal of life, is to live without those kinds of disruptions to your life. And Jefferson was quite open about his admiration for Epicurus. He said, I am an Epicurean. Right? So that's where they get this idea of what the pursuit of happiness means. But there is a very important difference, a crucial difference. In the classical world, the idea of happiness or virtue, even the idea that what we conceive of as happiness would build off key to the classicals, right? That what they thought of, what Aristotle and others tended to think of as flourishing was the megalosuchos, right? The strong, fully developed person along the aristocratic or warrior kind of line, an ancient conception of virtue, right? The Homeric hero, that's the happy person, the person who's accomplished that kind of status. In America, it's very different. In America, you see this transition to the commercial republic, where economic activity is seen as a noble undertaking, where productivity, trade, exchange, mechanics, farmers, that kind of activity is seen as ennobling. And that really is a cultural transformation, the embrace of what Deirdre McCloskey has called the bourgeois virtues. And so the concept of happiness does kind of transition from this ancient classical model into the contemporary idea of, in Jefferson's idea, the agrarian farmer or the mechanic, the laborer. And this is the transformational element in American culture, right? This is what Gordon Wood writes about in his book on how enormously the concept of equality changed American existence. So that even, as Tocqueville says, even the rich have to pretend that they work for a living in order to get along with their fellow Americans, right? Okay, so what's the relevance of that in today's world? I would answer by bringing us back to Justice Barrett's confirmation hearings. Remember, during Justice Barrett's confirmation hearings, she was asked a really interesting question. Is the Declaration of Independence law? And she answered no. It is not binding law, she said. That is completely wrong. Absolutely false. The Declaration of Independence is as much a law as a statute that Congress might pass tomorrow, assuming they still do that. Right? It was passed by what was then the national legislature. It is currently found in the United States Code, in Volume 1, Page 1 of the Statutes at Large of the United States and the United States Code. Go look it up. It had legal consequences. It separated us from the mother country, and it continues to have legal consequences today. It's referenced in the Constitution itself, which in the last line says, done in the year of our Lord 1787 and in the independence of the United States the 12th, right? Of course the Declaration, it's hard to imagine what else could possibly be necessary to make it a law. The reason why Justice Barrett denies that it's law is because she has a crabbed conception of what law means. Modern lawyers, under the influence of legal positivists, as Larry mentioned, have this idea that something is only a law if it's a command backed up by punishments. But in fact, commands backed up by punishments are not laws. Commands are directed to individuals or small groups. Laws are general rules that apply to everybody. And there's all sorts of laws that aren't backed up by punishments. The law that tells you how you make a will is not backed up by a punishment, but it's still a law. The law that tells you how you go about getting married isn't backed up by a punishment. It's still a law. The 9th and 10th Amendments to the United States Constitution are not backed up by punishments. They don't command anything, except the 9th Amendment does command judges not to read the Constitution the way almost all of them do today. Nevertheless, they are still law. So if those are laws, certainly the Declaration of Independence is law. And why is that relevant? Because we have not only a moral or general abstract right to pursue happiness, particularly through economic liberty, but a legal and constitutional right to do so. Now, I'm from Arizona, and we have a case pending in the Arizona Supreme Court right now on just this question. We have a case, my friends at the Institute for Justice are litigating it, involving a man named Greg Mills, and he's an engineer, but he's not allowed to say so. Because in Arizona, he's an electronics engineer, designing circuits for electronic devices. But in Arizona, if he wants to do that, he's required to first go and get permission from the government by getting an engineering license. And the problem is, if you look up the engineering license laws in Arizona, they're all designed for structural engineers. They all have to do with things like building bridges that won't fall down. And he doesn't do that. And it gets worse because the law only applies if he's doing business on his own. If he works for a manufacturer, he doesn't need a license. And the law doesn't define what a manufacturer is. So I guess he could work for me, and I could just call myself a manufacturer, and then he wouldn't need a license. The law is so crazy that during the oral arguments in the Supreme Court a couple weeks ago, one of the justices said, "I'm sorry, you're saying even I could be an engineer without a license?" And the lawyer said, "Yes, that is the law in Arizona. And yet my client can't," right? Makes no sense. So, the Arizona Supreme Court, the case challenges that as a violation of his right to liberty without due process of law. And the Arizona Supreme Court has said that it wants to hear arguments on the question of whether the right to earn a living is a fundamental right under our Constitution. And the Declaration of Independence says yes. Not only is it the Declaration of Independence and federal law that says yes, but Arizona, as a condition of admission to the Union, was required to adhere to the Declaration of Independence. Believe it or not, in 1864, after the Southern congressmen had evacuated Congress, Congress began a policy that it has followed ever since, of requiring every state admitted to the Union to submit a constitution that is consistent with the Declaration of Independence. And under that statute, the Declaration of Independence is not only part of our federal law, not only a fundamental document of American federal constitutional law, but is inherent in the constitutions of every state in the Union. Thank you.
We'll get to audience questions in just a second. I do want to maybe not correct the record. We've got three great attorneys, and as Larry mentioned, you can tell that they build great records, and I think we built a great record with these comments. I did want to make maybe one amendment to the record. When David talks about Grandparents' Day, these are not his grandkids.
Oh.
Is that right? Okay. So these are kids, these are,
I actually was
your
not
parents'
there.
grandkids.
Yeah, in fact, my mom is here because she has been at Grandparents' Day this morning, so thank you.
Just for the
You know, actually, I'm sorry, but since grandparents were mentioned, I think it's worth mentioning that one of the U.S. Supreme Court's most important decisions about the Declaration of Independence involved grandparents. And that's Troxel versus Granville. In 2000, when the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a Washington state law that required parents to allow grandparent visitation even if the parents didn't want to, which, as you can imagine, was probably stressful for a lot of families out there. And the U.S. Supreme Court struck that down, and Justice Thomas has this marvelous opinion in that case where he says, among the fundamental rights that are protected to us because of the Constitution and from the Declaration of Independence is the right of a parent to direct the education and upbringing of their children.
Tim, that is a great point, and just a very nice segue to a question I was going to ask. One of the reasons it's such a nice segue is there's a division in that case between Thomas and Scalia. In that case, you have to read the opinions. It's a very interesting case. And in thinking about Thomas, Justice Thomas, I think about a time period in American history that Larry referred to as he was beginning his remarks, kind of late 19th century. Larry mentioned the Supreme Court case from that period. There's also a famous, it's one of these great Supreme Court dissents from the late 1890s, where Justice Harlan talks about the colorblind Constitution, which was the topic of Jason Riley's great keynote address. And Justice Harlan, as he's talking about the colorblind Constitution,
says, the Constitution knows no castes, right? And, as I sort of understand it, as I think about it, what he's really talking about is individual rights versus group rights. And so my question is, as we think about the pursuit of happiness, is this an individual effort purely? Is it a group effort? Is it directed at individuals specifically, or is there a way for groups to think about this in a groups right context? And maybe the separate final question around that is, has the rise of sort of groups right thinking, has that contributed to sort of a loss of appreciation, so to speak, for the Declaration and for the pursuit of happiness?
So the answer to the last question is easy, and that's absolutely the idea of class thinking, caste thinking, group thinking. Collectivist mentality is not only contrary to the Declaration, but it has been from the very beginning. I mean, none of these issues are new. In the 1830s, John C. Calhoun was pronouncing that there was, quote, not a word of truth in the Declaration of Independence because he was thinking of whites versus blacks, and he was thinking in this collectivist sense. So, yeah, that's that. And the Declaration is overwhelmingly an individualist document. You can find lots of scholars writing all sorts of clever and sophisticated nonsense trying to claim that the Declaration is somehow really about the equality of states, or no, what they really meant was that we're the equals of Great Britain and all this sort of stuff. No, it's not. Of course, that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is that all men are created equal, and when they enter into a state of society, then they can agree amongst themselves to empower the government to do certain things, but only within limits. And that's what the role that the of right ought to be language at the end of the Declaration refers to. It says states may only do those things that they may do of right, which inherently limits the power of the government. Yes, group thinking is anathema to the Declaration. And by the way, this sort of touches. There was a young lady over here had a question earlier about her son. I think she said it was working and couldn't be here, but wanted to know about freedom of opportunity, and isn't that blocked in today's society? The answer to that is that the overwhelming reason for that problem is government intervention in the economy today. Because when the government intervenes in the economy to divide up the economy between winners and losers, and say who can practice a profession and who cannot, and who does get a government subsidy and who does not, that power falls into the hands of the politically skillful and not the most deserving. So all these welfare distribution programs that are supposed to help the poor, they don't, because what they end up doing is helping those who know how to pull the strings of the system. That explains logic, right? That's what public choice theory is about. The answer to that problem is to get back to the Declaration's vision of political individualism.
Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, I think that the Declaration is pointing towards, an individual's ability to pursue happiness, and what I've wagered is the pursuit of God. I mean, I did read that John Adams quote during my opening, where he says the happiness of society is the end of government, as the happiness of the individual is the end of man. And so I think when you're thinking about religious liberty and protecting it so that the individual can pursue happiness, you have to protect both the individual's ability to go into his or her home and pray, but also the ability of the individual to go out on the street corner and share faith or gather with others in a house of worship. And so, you look at our laws, like I mentioned RLUIPA, there's the religious restoration, RFRA. There's RFRA that protects the ability of individuals at a federal level, whether they're in the military or in a federal contract, to do their religious stuff. And I think that while the Declaration is protecting that individual right to pursue happiness or pursue the greater, you have to build a society, and our founders were so wise in creating a Constitution and a Bill of Rights. And we can talk about whether just the structure of the Constitution would have protected religious liberty, which I think it would have, but they included a Bill of Rights that affirmatively says you have the right to free exercise of religion, and that enables you to do that both communally and individually.
Is this one? Yeah. No, I endorse everything you said there. It clear as positive individual right. There's a tradition in America, and I think it's picked up by the comment you made about Scalia maybe, which is there was a kind of competing tradition, or a part of America has always existed. They thought of self-governance as part of your pursuit of happiness, and by self-governance, I think they meant a kind of first principle right to shape the community, and that often comes into tension when you see the positive elements of the law, and Scalia is represented by that dissent that you mentioned. Where, as a first principle, it's almost like, well, the majority has an entitlement to rule, and therefore individuals have to sort of justify their liberty from that. And I think that's a kind of counter-individualist strain that has existed throughout American history. So I see the tension there, but to me, there's no doubt, as Tim and David indicated, that we're talking about an individualist constitution. That's fundamentally the break that it was making with history.
Great, and I had a few more questions, but I think I'm just going to sort of cede my time. I saw some hands come up, and our esteemed panelists are answer questions for a living. So, let's have Adam here.
Or try not to.
Dodge questions for a living. We're gonna answer for the last half hour. Marie, please.
Hi there, my name is Marie Newhouse. I'm a visiting fellow at the Civitas Institute this year. I'm a legal philosopher, but I also have a grip on reality, so I realize what I'm about to suggest to Larry will primarily be met or experienced as comic relief, but I can't help myself. And then I have a quick thing for Timothy as well. For Larry, you spent so much time on the Aesop problem, the lack of moral confidence or moral skepticism that followed in its wake, and so I feel like it's my duty to offer a public service message, which is that Immanuel Kant solved the Aesop problem. He solved it within a few decades of it initially being posed by David Hume, by basically noticing that we acted with the idea of freedom. So freedom can never, our free will, can never be externally or scientifically demonstrated, but it is undeniably known to us whenever we undertake to make a decision. So Kant says, you know that, so don't be a hypocrite. And out of just that, he gets the entire tripartite Republican system of government, protection for life, liberty, and property, plus a set of well-rounded ethical virtues that strongly resemble Aristotle's. If anyone wants to know more, I am the person to come and talk to. For Timothy, I would like to suggest to you that there are exactly two kinds of laws. There are obligatory laws and there are empowering laws. And so there are obligatory laws impose duties on us and are punished with disobedience, and I have a paper that explains why that's actually required in my view. But we also have the empowering laws, which set up mechanisms that enable us to alter our rights and duties by free choice. And so, the marriage provisions for recording property deeds, those types of laws are this latter type.
Tim, I think it was you who said the best for last, so I think I don't want to ask you to go first in that case. So maybe Larry, you want to have a response on Kant here? Did Kant get it right? Did he solve the problem?
I appreciate it. I would talk to you about Kant. I appreciate you had interesting history of political liberty. I think there are other people who've solved that problem, or at least have tantalizing solutions in that direction. I'm partial to Ayn Rand, who's a sort of arch anti-Kantian, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, Rand misunderstood Kant.
Fair.
We can talk.
Yeah, we can talk.
Not only, for those who aren't legal philosophers, I would recommend checking out the famous books by H.L.A. Hart and Lon Fuller, who had a debate over the nature of law in the early 60s, I think it was. And one thing that they agreed on is that the command theory of law is wrong. And that is the theory that was endorsed by the early positivists like Holmes, who think of law as simply commands. And the common law, reaching back centuries before that, had long recognized distinct kinds of law. I'm thinking particularly of statutes that were declaratory of existing rights as opposed to statutes that created new rights. And so there were these categories, but those categories, here's the thing, that categorization falls apart for the legal positivists, somebody like Bentham or Holmes, because they think of everything as power. And this is really an important point in today's world, where our postmodernist friends think of everything as power. They think law is power. They think facts are power. They think the fact that you are a human being is simply power. Why? Because they think that these things are social constructs. What are they constructed of? All of us are exerting our power to determine the fact that you are a human being, and have these rights and are in this room right now, et cetera, right? Everything in today's postmodernist mentality is about power. The problem with that is that power is not law. In fact, power is the opposite of law. It must be the opposite of law, because what is law? Law is a constraint on power imposed by reason. So if you are a modern, so with it, contemporary, cutting-edge postmodernist today, you think of reason itself as a form of power, which means it is impossible to confine power because everything is just power, which means everything is just arbitrary exertion of state coercion. Whereas the classical conception of law, from the ancient Romans to 1776 and until really the Holmesian Revolution, the New Deal settlement, whatever you want to call it, of the middle 20th century, all of that saw these two things as different, and the purpose of law was to constrain power in order to advance other goals. That's what the Constitution says. It says the reason why you have government is to do these things, right? To provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, preserve the blessings of liberty, and so forth. But in today's mentality, unfortunately, the legal profession is saturated with this. They have this Holmesian notion that it's all just power, and therefore it's all just arbitrary, and therefore, as Holmes said, the only difference, there is no difference really, between the idea that murder is wrong and the idea that I prefer this flavor of beer over another. That was literally Holmes's view, and it has been embraced, with some heroic exceptions, by 20th and 21st century lawyers, still to this day.
That's Logan, right? Yeah. Okay, great. I hope you're going to ask a question. I know you worked on the remarks with
I have a question for Timothy. So you point to the Virginia Statute on Religious Freedom as evidence that religious liberty wasn't in the air at the time of the Declaration, which is fair. I mean, it came 10 years after. What about the Virginia Declaration of Rights, which, as I'm sure you know, Jefferson had a copy of it, or was very likely to have a copy of it when he was writing the Declaration. It had a lot of the same language. And in Section 16 of the Virginia Declaration of Rights explicitly talks about free exercise. It doesn't talk about toleration.
Yes, in fact, there's a great story, and that many people don't know about this story. So what happened was Mason is writing the Virginia Constitution in June of '76. Jefferson is in Philadelphia, right? So he very much to his frustration, he really wanted to be there working on the Virginia Constitution. He didn't get a chance to because he's out from Philadelphia. So Mason is on a committee to draft the Bill of Rights. And there's this, 24-year-old upstart, something like that, this intern, basically, who's serving on the committee with him, named James Madison. And Mason writes out, people are entitled to the utmost toleration of religion. And Madison says, no, it has to be liberty, not toleration. He persuaded the old, respected elder statesman George Mason to remove the word toleration and replace it with liberty, which was crucial to Madison, who was a real champion of religious liberty. That was probably the issue he cared the most about in his career, was religious freedom. And so there's a great example of how this transformation from the regime of toleration under the old common law to the regime of religious liberty was a radical one, and it was kind of a slow one, right? Paine and Washington all remark upon it. Paine says toleration is not the opposite of intoleration, but the counterfeit of it. Because it presumes that the government would have any right to tell us how to believe to begin with. I'm kind of stepping on your territory here. You tell me. So this transformation from religious toleration, where your right to religious freedom was subordinate to the welfare of the community, as we heard some speakers discuss on the previous panel, that regime was overthrown by the American founding fathers, who said, no, you have a right to your religious faith, even if you are standing alone against the community. Jefferson, one of my favorite Jefferson quotes, says about this. He says, the legitimate powers of government extend only to such acts as are injurious to others, but it does me no injury for my neighbor to say that there is no God, or that there are 20 gods, or that there is a God, and it neither kicks my pocket nor breaks my leg. That was a radical conception in the 1780s and 1770s, and it is still a radical conception today, and it is every bit as correct as it was back then.
Do we have more questions? So we've got some more time. I've got a few. Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. So David Hacker.
I wanted to get
Larry and Tim's thoughts on some of the cases that David Hacker was talking about, that you guys have litigated. There are cases of people who are wanting to do religious services in places and in ways where other laws prevent them from meeting and doing things, and their ability to do them is being defended on the grounds of religious freedom. But I take it the same arguments wouldn't be made, or the same cases wouldn't carry the day if they were assembling to do something other than talk about God, promote belief in God, or other things that are under the banner of religion. So the sense is, would these cases be arguable, defensible, if they were, say, I don't know, Richard Dawkins' New Atheist discussion groups, or if they were things that were not religiously coded at all? And if not, they wouldn't fit under the First Amendment or the free exercise clause. How do we think about this line of litigation?
That's a great question. And let's give David a chance to answer, but maybe Larry and Tim, you go first, and then David, you can round us out if you've thought about that.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I take the example of Groff v. DeJoy, where that was the issue where he wanted religious accommodations and not work on Sundays so he could celebrate the Sabbath or take part in the Sabbath. In my talk, I said, look, one thing we can do that will be a genuine advance for liberty is try to enforce the enumerated liberties. And so I have no concern or problem enforcing the free exercise clause or as robustly as possible, or free speech clause as robustly as possible in favor of religious liberty. I think what you're pointing to is, are we erecting a kind of religious exceptionalism by that? And possibly, if we completely fail in our efforts to restore the concept of liberty to its full purposes as it was understood, in my view, under the Declaration. And I wonder, maybe this is a question maybe you address this, David, in your answers. I wonder, we agree on so many things, I think. Even if the Declaration is talking about happiness in a kind of eudaimonia or classic sense, it's sort of the freedom to pursue virtue, and I think that's right. Also, we agree in what you said, and that one of the things the government has to protect is the condition to keep people's choice to act on that virtue sort of open to them. So, there's a lot on those steps we agree, but maybe we'll take a case like Groff. I wonder what happens in your conception. I know what happens with the rational basis test, but it was the opposite. If Groff had said, well, there's a law in my town that says no one may open, it's called the Chick-fil-A law, no one may open on Sunday, and they made that the law of the land. And Groff had come into court and say, well, wait, I want freedom to contract to work on Sunday because I have to care for my family, I think it's important to me, I think it's what's in my interest and my happiness. Why are you restraining my liberty in that way? I wonder, maybe I put the question to you, does he win or lose under the idea of sort of the eternal happiness view that you have? Are you constraining the range of liberties such that they're not pursuing that eternal happiness, or they're in contradiction to what one doctor or another may believe is eternal happiness, that they get less protection? I'm not really that clear, having heard your talk, how you feel about that. But I think that, to answer directly, I think maybe with respect to blue laws, that's been one, so probably we would win that. But there are a lot of circumstances in which you can win under the First Amendment or the Free Exercise Clause or under ARLUPA, where if I just go into court and argue on property rights, I'm going to lose the same case, and I think that's quite unfortunate.
I do think we have a country that's built on this religious exceptionalism. It's in the First Amendment. It's kind of baked into the cake. And like it or not, that's just the way things are. And I think that if you had a gathering of people who wanted to discuss David Hume or Kant or whoever it might be, and they were told that they couldn't do that in their home, I do think that's wrong. I'm not exactly sure what argument I would make to keep the government out of my home, but I'm sure there's quite a few. And Larry, you talked about kind of like the unenumerated rights, and we should be protecting those, I think. That's your argument. And I would argue that if you want to do that, then we should definitely double down on the rights that are enumerated and make sure they're fully protected. Let's get those 100% right, and then let's see what else is out there. And I think right now, which is really interesting, I think Tim, you mentioned this, is the parental rights issue. there's a lot of debate as to where those parental rights are coming from. You know, are they just kind of emanating from the penumbras of the Constitution, or are they rooted in the free exercise clause? You know, with the Mahmoud decision last year, which said that the schools couldn't basically tell parents you have no right to know what your kids are learning and opt them out from certain types of curriculum that violates the religious faith. The court talked about parental rights, and we have a lot of district courts talking about parental rights. We have a case right now where a kid was asked to read a book called My Shadow is Pink. He didn't agree with that from his faith. He's a 5th grader. And he had to teach it to his kindergartner, and then they had to go out and parking in the playground and use chalk to color their gender. Okay, the parents got super upset about this, obviously, and said, well, we believe we have a parental right to know that you're going to teach something like that in class, so we can opt our kid out. And, we made that argument in court, but really the argument that won the day, I think, is just the right for the child not to be compelled to say something that's against his or her beliefs. So I think that it's an interesting question you raise about whether folks who are not necessarily gathering for religious reasons should have kind of the same protections. I mean, the statute that I'm talking about is RLUIPA. That was enacted by Congress. I suppose Congress could enact similar protections for philosophical orders and other things, but they haven't as of yet. So I think at the end of the day, we do live in a country that respects religion and wants to promote it. We see it as a civic good. I think the pursuit of happiness is a demonstration of that, and kind of is part of the fabric of who we are as a country.
I'm gonna sort of think while talking, which is something lawyers should never do. So I'm going to play devil's advocate, or as it were, God's advocate in this case, which is to say, let's assume that you're a secularist and that you are convinced that there's no such thing as God. Then why would you not outlaw religion, right? Because, in fact, Dawkins comes perilously close to arguing just this in some of his books, that religion is a form of child abuse in his view. So why would you not outlaw religion from a purely secular perspective? If you ask the question that way, I think the reason it sets your teeth on edge is because we all know that the religious freedom protections of our system, and in fact the entire libertarian synthesis that goes behind our Constitution to begin with, is combined from multiple different forms of argument. On one hand, there's, I have religious freedom because it's inherent in me, or because God gave me that right, or something in nature gave me that right. On the other hand, I have religious freedom because history has proven that this is an issue about which people are so dangerously irrational that it must be walled off from all political involvement whatsoever. Because history has shown that people, and as we all know, unfortunately in today's world, are all too happy to kill for or against God at the slightest provocation. And so what we need to do is build this huge protective political wall to shield religion from politics and politics from religion, and keep them as separate as we possibly can for policy reasons, having nothing to do with the idea that I have a right to practice my religious oath. And the question, I think, kind of exposes the joint between those two forms of argument, right? Which is the reason why there is religious exceptionalism is in part because of this policy issue, that these are simply such sensitive topics that they cannot be trusted to the government. By the way, I want to add a footnote to that comment, which is on the previous panel, with all that doom and gloom on the previous panel. Apparently, this is the first time there's ever been a generation gap, I guess. Anyway, it was, the reason for freedom is not because we think people are all good and are all going to do good things when they have their freedom. That has never been, never, the libertarian argument for freedom. It's simply not the argument. It's a straw man to say, well, you libertarians would be right if people were all good, but people aren't good, therefore you libertarians are. It's a straw man argument. The libertarian argument has always been, yes, let us accept, for purposes of argument, that human beings are all stupid and corrupt and lazy and all these bad things. That proves that they cannot be trusted with power over other people's lives. That's the argument. So it's not a refutation of the libertarian perspective to say, well, people are bad, and they do terrible things, and they watch pornography. Yeah, that's right. They are bad, and they do terrible things, and they watch pornography. Therefore, they should not be controlling my life. That's the argument. That's just a footnote. Don't boil it up.
And I'll say, in an earlier part of my career, I sued a lot of public universities. Never UT, just for the reference, it's just being recorded. But I did sue A&M, so I guess maybe I get bonus points for that. And we represented a lot of libertarian students because they were being told by campus administrators, well, you can't possibly have that kind of perspective on our liberal college campus here. We represented Christians and pro-life students and all sorts of different viewpoints, because the point of the matter is that if we protect rights for one person, we're protecting them for all people. And that's why here at First Liberty...
You impractical idealist you. I just read on the Claremont Institute's blog the other day that we shouldn't believe in those kinds of principles, but should pursue the ruthless pursuit of our goals, if I remember the correct quote. Don't you know that's the new thinking? Is no, all this equal rights for other people thing. No, we need to just go in and use power. Those witnesses who refused to salute the flag and things, even though that brought down the wrath of the community on them like you would not believe, because by the wrath of the community on them like you would not believe, because by people who thought that your freedom should be curtailed by what is acceptable in the community.
Yeah, absolutely. That they've done yeoman's work, and some of those beautiful phrases from the Supreme Court come from their cases.
Yeah, during the Second World War, I mean, obviously there was a lot at stake. Yeah, and I'm very during the Second World War, I mean, obviously there was a lot at stake. Yeah, and I'm very sympathetic to the tone of the question. Just one thing I'll say, just in passing, before I've got a sort of maybe a final question, as we have a few minutes left, is as we think about religious liberty, perhaps the way to think about it is, religious liberty is in pursuit of forming that individual's conscience, so that individual, to David's comment from earlier, can sort of seek happiness. If we think about religious liberty in that context, it does open up space for a person who may not have sort of firm religious convictions, yet is sincerely seeking truth. And the purpose, again, of the First Amendment's protection of religious liberty, looked at this way, is so that individuals will take the freedom of conscience so seriously, and to be thinking about, how do I pursue a good life, day in and day out, etc. So again, it's just a thought experiment, perhaps. I think there may be some history behind it as well, so to speak. Back to kind of Tim's point about saving the best for last. I actually had a question along those lines for Larry, which is, did Jefferson save the best for last in terms of the pursuit of happiness? If we go life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, is pursuit of happiness sort of where we should focus? Is there some sort of qualitative import to pursuit of happiness that makes it special in and of itself, and not just sort of the third item in the triplet?
Well, I said it, I didn't think it was just rhetorical flourish on the first two, and I think that's right. You might be able to derive one from another or relate them to each other, but it is a capstone of sorts. It does describe what we are all doing when we are pursuing our lives, pursuing our excellence, pursuing our virtue, pursuing the meaning that we find in life. And so I think it's important and it's unique. It's not particularly articulate, but I think there's something to it there, that it was a capstone of sorts.
Did you see pursuit of happiness as kind of standing on its own?
So, this gives me an opportunity to advertise my brand new book. Hot off the press, warm off the presses, just brand new. In which I talk about this. So Jefferson, I think it's very revealing that Jefferson was born on what was then the westernmost edge of Western civilization. Right? He's born in Shadwell, Virginia, which is pretty much a forest outpost. I mean, there's not much west of there at the time. All the big cities of Western civilization are to the east. And Jefferson, I think the West always exerted this psychological influence on Jefferson, even though he always flourished most in eastern cities like Paris and whatnot. The West to Jefferson was symbolized by his father, Peter Jefferson, who was a frontiersman, drew a classic map of Virginia that Jefferson included in his own book and all this sort of thing. To Jefferson and to Americans ever since, the West has symbolized opportunity. Right? Psychologically, think of what a powerful grip the West has on the American psyche, that even to this day we say, I'm going out west
I'm going back east. Nobody ever says, I'm going out east. Right? Because that idea that the West is the direction of freedom is so embedded in our psyche. And Jefferson, in about a year before the Declaration of Independence, he wrote the Declaration that causes the necessity of taking up arms. And he has a line in there where he says, the political institutions of America, its various soils and climates, opened a certain resource to the unfortunate and to the enterprising of every country, and ensured to them the acquisition and free possession of property. So Jefferson, he was writing the Declaration. The reason he doesn't use life, liberty, and property, or life, liberty, and estate, isn't because he denigrated property. Of course he believed strongly in property rights, they all did. The point was to speak to those who arrived in America with no property. Their labor, which Adam Smith described as a form of property in Wealth of Nations, published only a few months before the Declaration itself, right? And so when Jefferson's speaking about the pursuit of happiness, he's talking about the idea of coming out here and heading west and clearing the land and making a home. And, you know, maybe it's the dream of striking it rich that has stuck with us so much, and that's why the Declaration is not a trivial document. Abraham Lincoln has this classic passage about this, where he says, all honor to Jefferson, who in the heat of a nearly revolutionary document had the forecast of mind to write something like this that would be a stumbling block to future oppression. I love the phrase, merely revolutionary. What Abraham Lincoln means by that is that if they had not talked about this timeless truth applicable to all men and at all times, the Declaration would have been just another one of the countless revolutionary documents that we see time and time again and forget about. If that had happened, the American Revolution would be no more interesting than the Toledo War of 1834, right? But the reason why the world's imagination has been captured by the Declaration of Independence is because of the pursuit of happiness.
You know, when I don't know exactly. I mean, I've outlined some ideas in the paper as to why Jefferson used that and why he included it as the third thing. It is a beautiful turn of phrase. It was something that was commonly used at the time. But why did he include it? It's something I thought about. The first thing that came to mind when I started thinking about the pursuit of happiness is, well, why do people come to America? You know, why do the Pilgrims come here? They came for religious liberty. Why do other people come here? They come to pursue that thing that we all value, that American dream. We always talk about it. And it's not something that I say, you know, that's trivial. It's a real thing. I think we all believe in it. And it's providential that Jefferson used the phrase, the pursuit of happiness, because I think it captures so much of who we are as Americans. The folks that came through Ellis Island, all the immigrants that have come to this country pursuing, whether it is the ability to worship according to the dictates of their conscience, to pursue new work, to pursue new lives, to flee persecution of all sorts. I mean, people have come here to for the American ideal, and I think Jefferson was so. I don't know. I would say maybe it was just providential that he used that turn of phrase because it really captures who we are as Americans. And so, no, I don't think it was just coincidence or, you know, hooked on there at the end, you know, oh, we'll use that. I think he really meant something by it.
And that vision is still alive today.
That's right.
It's not a relic of the forgotten past that today's 19-year-olds don't understand or anything like that. It is every bit as vibrant and alive today as it ever has been. More so, in fact, because it is open to more people today than it has ever been in our history, and we should be very proud of it.
Yeah, there was I'll just maybe just refer to Tim's paper, which we published, but there were time periods in American history where there was very little focus on the Declaration. So I think there's some causes for optimism. We just have about 2 minutes left, maybe time for just one quick question. But gentlemen, it's going to be a jump ball on this one. We won't have enough time for each day to handle it individually. So I'll let you guys do the jump ball. Let's hear the question.
Thank you for the good work that all of you do in allowing people to exercise their religious freedom. I would just ask, you know, leaving aside Aristotle, not bringing him in, but leaving aside Aquinas and all the bookish monks of yore.
Then there's nothing left.
Are there not resources in the American tradition to think of the law as a moral educator in some way? The Northwest Ordinance, promulgating for the importance of religion and morality in the Northwest Territory. The founders nearly to a man, support public education. Multiple states, Massachusetts of the 1830s funds the Congregationalist Church. You don't have to go, you're not obliged to go, but they saw it as important to fund these institutions, and not just moral education in the sense of don't kill people. We baseline do no harm. But we've been talking about laws, protecting people's freedom. Like, is there not a role for law, or at least the government in some way, to educate people in a positive vision of right action, of what it means to be a person in community?
Okay, who wants it? We do have a happy
I said
hour to
Larry-
follow.
I said
So
Larry answer.
Larry, okay, take us away, 2 minutes.
I think you just don't need it. I think what people have to take seriously is not the idea of government inculcating virtue, but government inculcating freedom, and in particular the right of freedom of association, which is not fully protected today. In this, I sympathize a great deal with my friends who are defending free exercise clause and establishment clause issues, because there are civil rights laws even that violate the freedom of association, that cause people to associate with people and behaviors they believe are immoral, or offend their conscience, or taking us in the wrong direction, whether they're faith or reason. And I think what we need is not so much government on the side of inculcating virtue, we need government on the side of defending our freedom, including the freedom of people to model the lives that they believe are excellent and virtuous, and that's all we really need.
What a great way to end. How about a round of applause for our panel? Professor John Yu is going to come up and he's going to give us a call to action which involves the bar that's being set up right now. So go stand by for a second.
Well, thank you everybody for a great day, great afternoon, great day of talks. It's a really proud moment for me because I'm both here at the Civitas Institute and the school, and also a board member of the Pacific Legal Foundation. And this really fulfilled, I think, our hopes at both places, which is that we would start with the last questions, talking about everything from Plato and Aristotle, all the way to how to sue Texas A&M. What's better than that? So I'd like to thank everybody. I want to thank Jason for kicking everything off so well, and I hope you all got a copy of this book. I believe there's still copies here if you haven't got yours. And you really did such a great job getting us off to a good start. And thank you for all of your participation. I also want to thank all of our speakers, of course, our moderators. I think Ryan Streeter, the executive director of Civitas in the back, who's part of his grand vision to build a really impactful think tank here on the campus of UT Austin. And I mean, this is the third Civitas conference I've been to now, and I've always come away having reflected on really deep issues, but then leaving with like ideas of things to do. Most think tanks, you don't do one or you certainly don't do both at the same time, but you would pull a muscle. Usually you either think too much in the university but don't act, or think tanks sometimes you want to act without thinking deeply about why you're doing what you're doing. And I think today is a great example of the great progress we're making here on campus and with the Civitas Institute, and it's great to have a partner with the Pacific Legal Foundation. So we're going to have a reception now. There's in fact specialty cocktails available, which I'm sure involve individual liberties of some kind. If not, please order your favorite drink. And thank you very much. Let me also thank the staff. Grace is in the back from KLF. Sydney's over there, Sydney Riley over there, and Nick, thank you very much for helping us put this all together. And we are concluding.